Welcome to the British Esports League of Legends All Star Showdown! My name is Waxen, and I will be the host for today's fantastic tournament. A tournament built to engage the best teams from the Championship Winter Split on Summoner's Rift. This is a tournament featuring the top two teams from each group of the winter season, and we will see them duke it out to see who is the best. There are no prizes in this event. They're only fighting for the glory to be called the best. Following the success of the Rocket League Showdown in May half-term last year, British Esports are committed to holding an annual event for each of their titles, so expect an Overwatch Showdown very, very soon. Tomorrow, speaking of Overwatch, at 4 p.m. on the 10th of February, we will have an Overwatch show match between Braintree College and Confetti Institute. It should be a really good and fun match. So if you're into Overwatch and you want to see some really good teams having a bit of fun, join us tomorrow at 4 p.m. for a friendly scrim. But now, for what we're all here today, the League of Legends Showdown. For this invite-only event, 8 teams have been battling out in a single elimination best-of-3 tournament that will be culminating this Friday with the best-of-5 final. You can check out the bracket so far by hitting !bracket in the chat. As yesterday, we saw the East Norfolk Knights triumph over the NC Dodos and eliminating them from the tournament, as well as the Conal Cyphers emerging victorious over AGSB in 2 very, very close series. Some really good quality games. So if you missed yesterday's broadcast, you can go on our Twitch channel and check the VOD to see some very, there were 2 reverse sweeps, so I would definitely recommend giving that a watch. As for today, we have a variety of talent working both behind the scenes and in front of you, alongside me, my casters. And let's not waste any more time and invite them both to join me. Sati and Counterfeit. Welcome to the stream. Are you ready for the League of Legends All-Star Showdown today?
Yeah, lovely to be here. I mean, yeah, it's great to be in the quarterfinals here today. Hills Road and FCOT starting us off. I think it should be absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, thank you. Great to be here. I'm not sure if I can match your intro, but it's very nice. Yeah, looking forward to some great games. Hopefully they'll be just as exciting as they were yesterday.
And speaking of the games, our first game today will be between the Hills Road SFC2 and the FCOT Legends. As for the second game later in the day, it will be between the Heckmondwijk Hotshots and Execall. So let's start by talking about the first game. What do you think, Counterfeit?
Well, I mean, Hills Road coming into this one as last year's champions. I think they've got a lot of expectations on their shoulders, but they did finish second in their group in the main season. So we don't know if they're necessarily living up to the same level as players before. FCOT Legends, they also finished in second behind Excol, who are playing a little bit later on today. They've got some very intriguing players on their roster as well.
Yeah. Exactly. What about you, Sati? I wanted to ask you, what do you think about this performance? Obviously, we don't know if the teams have changed players since last year when Hills Road won, but we can expect that they must be playing under a lot of pressure.
Yeah, I think that the history is really behind Hills Road. I think we can expect as well that some of that roster may have changed, but the history is definitely behind them. But I feel like FCOT today probably with a stronger roster, some higher elo players in their roster. So it's going to be a really good battle. A team that probably has more experience versus a team with higher mechanical skill.
So speaking of their higher mechanical skill players, do we know what roles do their higher ranked players are playing in today's games, or in general?
Yeah, I think Hex Animal for FCOT. It's always the mid laner. The mid lane is normally the star power. Diamond for Hex Animal there in the mid lane. Plays a lot of the mages there, which are really quite strong at the moment, as well as some of those flashy picks playing both the brothers Yone and Yasuo, as well as the Lucian mid.
Yeah, we've seen from the way Hex Animal plays that they're really, really proactive in the early game, and along with the jungler Kermit Crab, who has an enormously high kill participation. So I fully expect to see the jungle and mid combo of FCOT Legends be the big difference maker here.
Are we expecting, I can sense a bit, you guys seem to favor a bit FCOT Legends here. Are you looking maybe at a 2-0 result, or are you thinking we're going to have another best of 3 going all the way just like we did yesterday?
I think maybe a best of 3. I think that if I was to predict it perfectly, I think that FCOT maybe take the first game and it's a reverse sweep for Hills Road. If they're last year's champions, they should have that experience. They must have played in a best of 3, a best of 5 last season. So if they have that practice of like adaptation through a series, I think that could be really useful for them today.
I would say that I think if Hills Road are going to manage to make this into a 3-game series, I think, you're right, it's going to be a bit of an uphill struggle. The very unfortunately named Poop Lord 879 up in the top lane, I think is going to be the difference maker for them, because they're up against a Kalos on FCOT Legends, who's probably one of their players who just, isn't so strong as a sort of straight up 1v1 player. So I think if Hills Road, if Poop Lord, I'm not going to get used to saying that name, does well, I think Hills Road does well.
Perfect. You gotta love the name. He's here to make a statement like his name is. And speaking of predictions, after the draft period, we will be running predictions in chat, so all of you at home can vote for who you think will win each of the game in the best of 3. But let's not waste any more time. And speaking of the draft, I think we're almost getting ready to switch into the draft of the game 1 between Hills Road SFC2 and the FCOT Legends. And I think you guys will take it away and tell the audience all about it.
All right, Waxon. Thank you so much, Waxon. So, let's see what these guys have got for us here. So, as we mentioned before, Hills Road will be playing on the blue, FCOT in the red. This is best of 3, so we'll be seeing lots of switching around. So, the first banner will be Kermit Krabs Sejuani. They are a massive one-trick on that, so no surprises there.
Yeah, that's Sejuani taken away straight away from Hills Road down the blue side. I expect a Camille answer straight away. We spoke about his unfortunate name, Poop Lord. The reason why we all cast these fantastic names, and he is a big Camille player. Has played lots of games, really strong. And there you go, it's gone. They play TP Ignite, very aggressive in the lane, and that's taken away already. I think that for Hills Road, they may look to take away some, strong picks like the Kaiser or something, as the Nunu was actually banned out. Another strong early ganking jungler taken away from Hills Road.
Yeah, so they're focusing extremely hard on trying to keep Kermit Crab down, which is, as we said, Hexanimal, Kermit Crab for FCOT Legends, their jungler and their mid lane have definitely, one of their most eye-catching combinations of players there. As the Kaiser, perennially popular down the bottom lane, will hit the ban bench.
Yeah, this is a very common sight to see in season 2021 now. As another AD carrier is banned away, that Kaiser is most definitely the strongest bot lane. She has absolutely everything in her kit. She can go invisible, she can kill tanks, she can kill squishies, she can dive, she can do literally anything you want her to. So, as is very common, it's taken off the board straight away.
All right, so the Vayne and the matching choice there. Hills Road wanted to make sure that there are no major big carries down the bottom lane, at least the top tier ones. One more ban coming through. What's it going to be? No, it's skipped. So that is unfortunate.
Yeah, skip ban. That is quite unfortunate. But I think it's very interesting to see that Hills Road on the blue side haven't taken away any of the mid laners away from Hexanimal. We highlighted him as a really strong mid laner, the highest elo player in this game, as it is a Kayn first pick for, we believe this is Dark Dragon. This person hasn't played much rank this season, but the Kayn and it was both the Kayn and the Vi that were very is very popular with them, kind of going towards blue Kayn and red Kayn depending on the game. As it looks with the Leona lock-in, a very strong support, maybe they'll be going towards that red Kayn.
Yeah, I mean, it certainly seems like for Hills Road, they've been trying to protect their jungler, Dark Dragon, by hitting so many bans onto Kermit Crab. Have to imagine that FCOT have to pick up their jungler at this point or face another round of bans towards that position.
Yeah, I think I agree with you. The jungler has already been picked for Hills Road, so they will answer it with the Evelyn. Two very kind of farming junglers, both are very strong at 6. Kayn kind of gets his power spike off that transform when he hits red or blue. But it's very interesting to see the Evelyn come out. I expect that to be paired with the AD mid laner. As we spoke about already, Hexanimal kind of plays the Yasuo, the Yone, and the Lucian. 3 champions that pair very well with the AP jungle of Evelyn. As we will see the Aphelios come out, very interesting. As it will be paired with the enchanter of Seraphine. I think she may be the newest champion, or is that Rel? But a very strong pairing there with Aphelios.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like so far Hills Road, they've really focused towards trying to hit out the individual picks of the FCOT legends while trying to get their own comfort in. So far, it seems like they've managed to do that. One more pick coming in here. So, the Evelyn's in place for Hex Animal. Will it be a mid lane pick? No. Afraid of losing out on all those 80 carries, so Zaya's will be picked up instead.
Yeah, I really like this Zaya. Zaya's a really strong pairing with Leona. Leona applies the daylight stacks with a passive, and someone like Zaya can proc those really easily, which means a lot of damage is coming out from that bot lane. The Zaya actually has some problems in the early game. It's quite hard to hit the Aphelios because Aphelios starts that early game with the green gun, the sniper, and can really outrange the Zaya. Zaya will be looking to just kind of clear the waves, especially into the Seraphine. It'll be a really tough lane. As the Orianna is found away, a very strong pick. As here we go, Hills Road are banning out those AD mid laners to get paired along with the Evelyn. We're moving through the pick and ban very fast. Renekton's taken away from Poop Lord, another one of his champions as that Camille is taken away. Oh, and the Vladimir taken away, an AP mid laner. They'd have to go for an AD top lane if they were going to try and pick the Vladimir. Very interesting.
Yeah, really focusing down. So that's been the case, really. It seems like Hills Road definitely have done their homework here, focusing down on a Hex Animal. They're really well known for taking the Vladimir in, as well as the Yasuo and Yona you mentioned before, and using that to enable a ton of tower dives. So it's going to be a very different setup here, as it looks like mid lane pick will be saved for last, a Malphite for the top lane.
This Malphite, if I'm looking across from the Malphite and I'm playing the Aphelios, I am crying inside. This is impossible to deal with, especially if you don't have flash. Same with the Seraphine. Malphite, he literally just presses R on you and you're basically dead. So if I'm looking across on this, I'm very scared. So a really nice pickup there from Tokalos in the top lane.
We know that Poop Lord is, billed as the player to really get the advantage against Tokalos in that top lane, though. So the Volibear will be up there to do that, as it's looking like Deadly Bamboo. It's again, this is another comfort pick for Hills Road. The Kassadin, great for shrugging off all that magic damage.
Yeah, I think it's good into the Malphite, the Evelyn, and the Leona, who all do magic damage. But it is really hard to kind of blind pick Kassadin, especially as he's he really struggles into the AD matchups. As it's actually the Diana, which is very interesting. A very heavy AP comp here from FCOT. But they have a fantastic team fight, and it'll be a really big problem for Hills Road to play in these team fights.
Yeah, I like what we've got going on here. We didn't get a chance to talk about the Evelyn pick in detail when it came up, but this was one of the picks that we were really hoping to see here coming out for Kermit Crab. Even though they've been heavily focused out with the bans, Evelyn is one of the least seen picks, but it's also the one with the highest potential to take over the game entirely.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. I spoke about the Aphelios and the Seraphine, crying when they're seeing this Malphite, but Evelyn is almost just as bad. If FCOT were able to take away some of the towers and Evelyn is able to move freely throughout the map, she's going to do some serious damage to them. Building MR on these champions isn't ideal, so it'll be interesting to see if they itemize towards that, because they may have a rough day into this Evelyn.
All right, so it looks like we're popping back to the initial lobby for a second. Maybe we've had a placeholder in there. We'll just find out if that's the case in a second. Let's see. So, given what we've seen so far, Sati, how are you feeling about the team's two chances here? Again, these are, the teams who both finished second in their group, but they're still doing pretty well to get to this point. They'll have the chance to face off against our winner of our other quarterfinal later on today in the semi-finals a little later on this week. But in terms of just the raw picks, who are you favoring right now?
I think at the moment, I spoke about it quite a lot. I think the FCOT, they're kind of like team fight, and with the Evelyn and the Malphite, it's going to be a really, really hard thing to deal with for the carries of Hills Road. I think their biggest win condition at the moment is probably this bot matchup. even though Aphelios and Leona will struggle in the later stages in the mid to late game team fights, they have a really strong lane here. Seraphine is really oppressive in the lane, same as Aphelios. Whilst he has that green gun, because he can push the wave really fast, and he can hit onto the Xayah that has much lower range. So if they're able to get the push in the bot lane, let I think it's Kermit Crab invade, that may be a win condition for them.
And just a small aside, so thank you to GamerCut321 for the $23 donation. Do be aware, guys, that all donations will be going to charity because of everything we done non-for-profit here. So, but still, thank you very much, and I'm sure the charities will appreciate it. So we've got a little bit more time. It looks like we're going to be seeing that champ select done over again. We're not seeing any indication that there is going to actually be a change of picks, so we know what we're going to be getting. Apologies, guys. It will mean a slight delay to the actual game starting itself. We've mentioned Kermit Crab as being a player who can take over the game. It feels like Dark Dragon on the Kayn. That's a pretty aggressive jungle pick as well.
I don't know. It's interesting you say that. I kind of see Kayn as kind of an early game clearing champion if he's able to kind of. I've completely forgot who Kermit Crab is actually playing this game. I think I had that wrong earlier.
Oh, the Evelyn.
The Evelyn, of course. Yeah, I think these two kind of can match each other in the early game, but I think I'd expect Kayn to kind of full clear. I think most junglers at the moment kind of full clear into base, into full clear, into base, into full clear. It's a very common strategy at the moment, and Kayn is quite good at that. Clearing those junglers with lots of minions, with lots of monsters. Sorry, like the Krugs and the Raptors, and just kind of trying to farm towards his first item, whether he's going towards the red or the blue Kayn. Whether that's Gore Drinker, which is a really strong item at the moment, or even the Dust Blade if he's going towards blue Kayn. So yeah, I actually expect Dark Dragon to maybe just farm in the early game, but it'd be interesting to see if maybe you have a different opinion, if you expect him to be very aggressive on this Kayn.
I don't know. It does make sense what you're saying there. I've just seen in some cases from some teams just the ability of Kayn to get into lane from all these kind of weird angles when being able to go through the wall. There's certainly some potential there, but if we are talking the early game here for Hills Road, what kind of stuff do you think is going to be best for them to be doing early on?
For Hills Road, it'll be definitely playing towards the bot lane or the top lane. This Volibear has a really nice matchup into the Malphite as well. Volibear's a really strong laner, and he can team fight really well. It was a very hype matchup, G2 versus Fnatic. Whippo pulling out that Volibear. It's a really strong pick at the moment. It can 1v1, 2v1. It can dive towers. The kind of old Ohm-Wrecker on his ult is really strong. So yeah, if they want to play towards the top lane and Kayn is looking to get the stack towards his passive very early, I mean that's definitely an avenue there in the top lane where Kayn can start fighting early and get towards his transform as fast as possible.
I mean, yeah, so if you are playing against that kind of situation, if you're going into the Volibear, if you're under threat and your tower, can't save you, what kinds of things can FCOT Legends do to alleviate that?
I think the Evelyn can path towards the top lane. If she's clearing blue, into a top camps into the Krugs. I think especially with the Diana mid into the Kassadin, it's a very strong matchup for the Diana. Just because Kassadin is so weak there in the early game, she can cool down their mid laner, sorry, and kind of fight for that top grab as well. I think the problem is that even if Volibear is building kind of attack damage items with the Divine Sunderer, Volibear actually does quite a lot of magic damage. And Kayn doing the AD damage. So it is actually quite hard for the Malphite to kind of itemize towards, but I still expect him to kind of build the armor and try and survive in this lane.
Alright guys, so apologies for the delay on the start of the first game here today. We are back into lobby to just quickly run through all the same picks and bans, so shouldn't be too long before we start getting towards our first game. But just wanted to touch back on a point you brought up earlier, Sutty, the Aphelios, the amount of threat they're facing in this game. Well, before we even get to that kind of point, how are you feeling about the 2v2, down in the bottom lane against the Xayah and Leona?
I mean, the Aphelios, Seraphine, they're both range. They have quite a lot of range. This lane weirdly has probably like the most range you could possibly have, apart from maybe Caitlyn. But with Aphelios and his green gun, you kind of get the same range, attack range as that Caitlyn. So playing it into the melee champion of Leona, and kind of the short range of the Zarya, it is going to be a big problem for FGOT. So Aphelios and the Seraphine, I expect to have a lot of push in this lane. Aphelios will be farming her support item like constantly, kind of spamming out her abilities. Using that. I think it's the Echo, her passive, where she chucks out all those notes afterwards, and she'll really do a lot of damage. So I think the Aphelios and the Seraphine should have a lot of push in this lane, which should allow Dark Dragon to maybe play towards his bot side.
Yeah, there's a lot of potential there for Dark Dragon. I mean, I suppose something we haven't had a chance to talk about too much as of yet is Hexanimal on the Diana. So you mentioned before, they are definitely much more towards the mage style players, or more AD mid laners. The Diana isn't something we've seen from them a ton. Do you feel like it fits with their more aggressive style?
Yeah, I think it does fit with their team comp. I think both of us were kind of surprised to see the Diana come, because in our kind of prep work beforehand, the Diana wasn't really something we had seen. But yeah, I think it definitely fits with their team comp. With the Malphite and the Leona, both of them, just diving into the backline, blowing up the Aphelios as fast as they can. I think that's a really good win condition for them, because Aphelios left unchecked, he can do the most damage in the whole game. If he's going towards the Gale Force, and he's got Rune on second, i.e. third, this champion can do crazy damage. And it's interesting to see that the Aphelios is paired with the Seraphine, which kind of is this enchanter support, which can help keep the Aphelios alive with the heals and the shields, especially with how strong Moonstone is right now. But it's interesting to see the Seraphine, because Aphelios is normally paired with his Thresh. Aphelios is such a strong pairing, because that Lantern can kind of get Aphelios and help them reposition in the team fights. Maybe if Malphite is altered on, or the Diana has used her R. So it's very interesting to see the Seraphine come out.
Okay, yeah. I mean, for Mint Bloke down on the Aphelios, it does feel like they're going to potentially be in for a rough time of things. I mean, if we talk about some of the later game team fights, so if Aphelios doesn't have that level of safety they would have from a Thresh, how do you get into the fights? How do you make the difference if you're always worried about getting all in by the Diana and the Malphite at the same time?
It's a fantastic question. I think Mint Bloke will be struggling unless he has his flash. And even then, you have to flash the Malphite ult. If you're able to do those things, I really think he can be a threat in his team fights. But otherwise, I don't want to call Malphite a no skill champion, but if he just presses R on top of you, that's a really big problem for the Aphelios. So he needs to have the flash, and he needs to kind of like react to it in time and flash away from it. So hopefully he'll be able to do that. And I think it's interesting to see that the Seraphine is kind of paired alongside with these kind of three melee champions. Seraphine with her ultimate is kind of much stronger with the melee champions, because when you use her ult, it extends the range, and it's more likely that melee champions will be in front of you, because you can kind of use the ult across them and kind of hit longer range targets.
Yeah, be very careful to look out for how Mint Bloke navigates around the place. It does feel like we've seen a very, very hostile environment being set up here by FGOT Legends. So, if you're going to put some weight towards your feelings, if you're going to quantify your instincts here, Sati, who are you feeling most in this first game of the best of three?
Yeah, if you guys are like, I can't see the chat right now, but if you go prediction, if you want the best bet, I definitely go towards FGOT. Their team comp is much easier to execute. Even though Hills Road are kind of scaling towards the late game, they will be very strong. But I'm not even sure if they'll be able to stay alive until that point. FGOT have this really strong team fight comp, and especially with how strong Dragons are in the last year and this year, I think it's some kind of a much easier, much simpler win condition for them. So if you're putting all your channel points towards them, I definitely go towards FGOT.
Yes. Yeah, those predictions, of course, will only be live for a little while, so make sure you get those in. I think, certainly in this game, in this series, I feel like we're really set up with an extremely good first game. I'm fascinated as well to see, from the side of Hills Road, they felt exceptionally focused towards the very specific picks that were there for FGOT. And I wonder if that's going to change coming to game two, since From where I'm sitting, it still seems like FCOT, even with all this target banning, have still put together a pretty good comp.
Yeah, exactly. I think the kind of strength of FGOT with their higher elo players, they seem to be able to pull out more and more champions, which is very interesting. We spoke about the Diana and the Evelyn, both being things that we hadn't really seen before. I'm not even sure if Tokalos on the Malphite was something we kind of prepped for. So it's very interesting to see FGOT kind of pull out this team comp. But I mean, in my opinion, if I was drafting, I'd absolutely love this team comp. If I could choose one of these team comps to play, I'd definitely be on the side of FCOT. It is a bit of a meme, but these champions can't press R. Leona with the long range non-committal engage of her ultimate, you kind of chuck that out in the Malphite. He gets in there as fast as he can. I definitely want to be playing this team comp. So as you said, the second game will be very interesting to see. What if they change up some of their bans, especially as we thought that. I forgot his name. I've lost the name. But we thought they would be going towards the AD mid. They've gone towards that Diana. I wonder if they'll kind of change up and not ban out that Yasuo and ban out someone like the Malphite.
Yes, Hex Animals, as you mentioned before, there's a lot of expectations from them.
I'm a disaster with names. I'm sorry.
it's all right. Certainly, I think in this best of three, some of these players are going to etch their names into our mind. I think Hex Animal and Combat Crab, as we mentioned right back at the beginning, they're definitely players to watch. I think there might be a little bit of a delay on getting into game for us, so I do apologize if that ends up being the case. But we'll let you guys. We'll update you guys as soon as possible.
And I can kind of quickly speak about like the kind of early game, what we kind of expect to see. FGOT with the early game champions, even if they don't have push in the bot lane, they have the kind of much stronger early game champions, especially as Hills Road are running that cast in. I expect them, to FGOT to kind of play towards their win condition of the dragons and kind of stack those up and kind of make Hills Road play for the fourth Drake, where they'll be threatening the soul. We kind of call it soul point. With this extremely strong team fight comp. But the early game pathing, I think that the Kermit Crab will be pathing towards the top lane, making sure that Malphite is fine, he's surviving. The thing is with Malphite, though, is you can kind of not play towards him. If this guy gets dive and he falls behind in gold or levels, it doesn't really matter too much. This champion will always, as long as he hits 6, obviously, which I expect him to do in this game, he will always have that ultimate. There's nothing you can do about it. It's unstoppable. It's called Unstoppable Force. So, his job in this game is just to press R on that of Helios. So, maybe they don't even play towards that top lane. They leave Tokalos, on that island, and kind of, make sure that their bot lane is kind of scaling and getting to the items they need.
So it seems to be that both of our teams are quite happy to just glare at each other from across the rift to start things off here today. Of course, we definitely keep our eyes very closely on the top lane matchup. Poop Lord in to Tokalos. As you mentioned before, Tokalos has been vulnerable to getting drawn into 1v1 fights before and then coming out much the worse. And for Poop Lord, they are very much the opposite. They are excellent duelists. So it's going to be something to heavily avoid if possible for FCOT if they can at all manage it.
Yeah, I think the kind of summoner spells in this game, I'm not sure if you guys are able to see it at the moment, but Volibear is running the Conqueror in this game, and the Malphite running the Arcane Comet. The Conqueror with the extended dueling and the kind of Arcane Comet from the Malphite trying to just poke out the Volibear. So I think that kind of definitely sums up their kind of play styles in this game.
So we do have a start off with the with supported jungle on the bottom and top. It looks like there won't be, let's see, too much action in the early going. All right, apologies for this, guys. It looks like we're having a little bit of a problem with our observer feed right now, so we will be right back and try and get back into the game as soon as is possible. I don't want you guys to miss absolutely anything at all, but stay tuned. We'll be back in just hopefully a short few moments. Welcome back, everyone. Apologies for the conundrum before, which it has been solved. So the game has been going on while we've been getting that all sorted out. So there are still a few things to catch you up on. Kermit Crab, as expected, has managed to make a heavy impact early on, getting 2 kills for their team. But has been one kill back for Poop Lord up in the top lane, who's currently brawling with Tokalos and almost taking them down.
Yeah, Poop Lord, it was actually a dive onto the Malphite, which is very interesting, and it was Evelyn picking up a trade kill, which was the Kermit Crab's first kill of the game. We saw Evelyn, Kermit Crab pick up an early Dark Seal, as they now just pick up. I forgot what the item's called, but I can quickly look at it. Hextech Alternator, which is a really strong early AP item, as well as the Sork Shoes. Kermit Crab, has been completely accelerated through this early game, as we see Poop Lord trading again onto Tokalos. That ultimate is up again for Volibear, and Tokalos has not got his.
No, and I think that Stormbringer, it's such a threat of the Tokalos there to just say, you stay away from your tower while your own tower gets rid of these minions. I'm going to start building up a massive CS lead, which has been the case. As Kermit Crab down into the bottom lane. The Solar Flare a little short, but they're still going to go in anyway. There is the ult going back for the double charm. Saloon in major trouble. Falls down to Mint Bloke, a step too far for FCOT.
Yeah, them going too far as Deli Bamboo is coming in. He's trying to pick up a kill as well. Evelyn
Way
trying to
ahead
trade
of
onto
Hex
the
Animal. Kermit Crab does get the next kill through, though. We have not got the roam from Hex Animal, so it's still 1v2. Kermit Crab will be able to heal up to half. But up in the top lane, Dark Dragon has yet to make a play of their own stick as the Stormbringer will close the tower down, which means Poop Lord's got a ton of time. Dark Dragon goes to Unboard Trespass under the tower, and I think will just about... No! Doesn't get out!
I still think this is really good for Hills Road that, they pick up some kills, especially onto that Felios, as Deli Bamboo is trying to pick up another kill as the ultimate comes out, the Ignite. Very nearly the Q lands. Oh, and the last tick of Ignite. Very well done. As the top lane team fight was a 1-for-1 there, and it allows Volley to stay behind and pick up those plates. I think he just picked up his second plate right now. But talking about that bot lane team fight, it's Kermit Crab and LL Saloon just going way too far, going like too deep under the tower, ended up taking those tower shots. Kermit Crab doesn't lose their bounty. It was a 300 gold bounty at the time. It's dropped to 200 after that kill in the top lane for Dark Dragon, and they keep those Dark Seal stacks.
So Cull for Mint Bloke down the bottom lane certainly seems like a choice, suggesting that they fully acknowledging it's going to be a pretty rough time for they're just playing it for the later on. So 2 kills for Hex Animal, 3 kills for Kermit Crab. This is exactly what FCOT are wanting. I mean, the top lane may not be ideal. That CS lead is threatening to grow out of control. As down the bottom side, we have the catch. This time it's good. There's the charm landing. Kermit Crab makes it look easy, picking up kill number 4.
Yeah, that L Saloon with their ultimate coming back up. They're making the same play down there onto the bottom lane. Seraphine, who used the flash in the previous play, didn't have it for this time, and LL Saloon lands that E straight onto her. Talking about this top lane, we talked about Poop Lord being a strong laner, and this has happened, as they will be trying to play onto the casting.
Bamboo down to 1/3 health already, but Dark Dragon's coming for the assist. Saloon is already low and will get taken to pieces. Nicely done.
As more team fighting in the top lane, Hex Animal goes down as well. It's a double kill for Kane.
Yeah, it's Dark Dragon. They're managing to almost catch up on what Kermit Crab's doing. Now all that needs to be done is for Deadly that Bamboo to start matching Hex Animal.
Here we go. Kermit Crab, will he get a trade kill?
Flash is forced. Kermit Crab has the ult and gets the kill. The 10 stacks in the Dark Seal, the early investment of damage for Kermit Crab, you pointed out before, it's really paying off.
This is, a really interesting game. It's actually Hills Road with the early advantages. But, we just kind of what we spoke about. We thought this Felios and the Seraphine were going to have push in the bot lane, and Poop Lord to be, a really strong laning component here. But, it is Hills Road with the gold lead. It's about a 1k gold lead. But it's actually Kermit Crab with 5 kills. He has 10 Dark Seal stacks as they're currently, taking that dragon in the bot lane. That's actually the second dragon of the game. We missed that first one, and it is actually an infernal dragon for them to pick up, and it will be an Ocean Rift. definitely the strongest soul in the game. So very interesting to see that one come out. But for FCOT, this game is kind of on this Evelyn. They're so strong. Let's see what they can do with this lead.
I'd love to see Korean Billy on the Xayah down the bottom side get a little bit more of that success spread down to them, because we know that Hex Animal, was doing decently well, that they've fallen pretty far behind on CS. You mentioned the Malphite is still going to be strong. That ultimate is always good as Hex Animal pulls back in. Deadly Bamboo. Where's the combo? Crowd control. Bamboo cannot get away, and that's another well-executed kill for FCOT.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting to see that Kermit Crab hasn't actually based since that bottom lane play. I'd love to see them. And we can see Deadly Bamboo doing back. They picked up the early Merc Treads, which is really strong into both the Diana and the Evelyn. But that little bit of magic resist just isn't enough to kind of deal with this 5-0-1 Evelyn.
We do have Hex Animal in a little bit of trouble here. Poodle will keep them from getting back to the tower. So Stormbringer doesn't turn the tower off, but Poodle still tanky enough to ignore the damage anyway.
Yeah, that W, I'm not sure if he's maxing it. I'm not a big volleyball player, but that is a massive chomp. He does like 300 damage in one ability and heals loads back. So Poop Lord is another carry on the side of Hills Road. See if what they can do in this game. It kind of looks like he's going towards the Triforce as he does complete that. I kind of spoke about him going towards the Divine Sundra. I think this Triforce is kind of a much more aggressive and like less health. So they kind of see themselves as a carry this game, which is very interesting. One thing we haven't really spoke about this game is Kayn. He has the Conqueror. He will be going towards Darking Kayn. He will be going towards Rust, Red Kayn, and he will be picking up that Core Drinker as maybe casting his core out.
Yeah, Deadly Bamboo. Of course, very tricky to catch at the best of time, but no, there's the cash in on the charm. Gets across the wall just not a moment too late. Mentioned, of course, we're on the Ocean Rift. So far, it's looking like we're getting a lot of attention for Kermit Crab down towards the mid and bot side, so presumably more Drakes are in their future.
Yeah, and it was very interesting to see there that Tokalos on this Malphite had already roamed down. He must have used his TP to get back to lane, but he understands the importance of him using his ult in the team fights. As Kermit Crab is looking for these picks. He has now picked up that Medjay's, and he will be looking for more kills. If he's able to get that up to 20-25 stacks, he will be doing unreal damage. As we see the first tower go down in the top lane.
Kermit Crab get the game given away a little bit by getting the relic stack directly to them in the bottom side, so no kill through there. But yeah. So we've got Poop Lord and Dark Dragon, the two carry forces for Hills Road here, up against Kermit Crab and Hex Animal. 10 stacks that Magi completed, as Poop Lord is on a ward right now, but Kermit Crab's a little too far away. The Herald's coming into the mid lane. We've got Poop Lord there, so this turret can switch off at any time. It's going to, I think, turn into a full-on 3v3 as the tower drops. That's 2 towers for Hills Road so far, and a pretty substantial gold advantage.
Yeah, it's really interesting to see that it's actually Hills Road that are snowballing this game. That's the second tower, 16 minutes into the game. This dragon is coming up in 1 minute. Having that mid lane tower down early is really important if you want to kind of push out those waves and kind of go and contest that early play. As Kermit Crab is looking for another play down here in the bot lane, he will be spotted on this pink, which is very well done by the Aphelios and the Seraphine. But I think Aphelios is the Aphelios in this game. Mintblock is doing really well to kind of actually be ahead in CS. It's very interesting because I'm not sure if they've actually left their tower, like left where they are right now, in the last 5-10 minutes. Because look, the Evelyn is on 10 stacks Medjay. She has the Night Harvester. She will actually just kill them without them even being able to pressure any summoners. So a really big problem for them in the bot lane.
So we've got our next Drake coming up in just a few moments. So much of the power being cashed in now for FCOT, Kermit Crab, and Hex Animal. Both have got the Night Harvester, so that raw damage and movement speed should fit pretty well in with his aggressive style.
This third dragon coming up in 20 seconds. Poop Lord does have the TP. Tokalos does not. I expect him to kind of push out this top wave and move down as soon as he can. He might not even be there until things goes. But most people in the game, I think everyone apart from the sports actually has their first mythic items, their only mythic items of course, completed, which will be a really strong power for this team fight.
It looks to be that there's gonna be the fight around the Drake. Saloon gets it all off before getting the stunner through as well. Bamboo forced away, but gets the kill nonetheless. Tokalas is a long way away from this fight, but keep your eye on a Hermit Crab. Got me said it now. Kermit Crab, who's not been a hermit in this game. They've been all over the map. As we've got Pooplord moving on to Korean Billy. They can't quite get their ult off in time. They're going to try and trade with Bamboo if they can. But across the wall comes the Malphite, not quite in time. Kermit Crab is gone. Hex Animal's the only damage left on the team. But Pooplord is so incredibly tanky. That's the Triforce for you. Hex Animal is killed. Put down the triple kill for the Triforce user and the Drake as well for Hills Road.
That was a 5 for nothing, and they get the Dragon. A massive team fight here for Hills Road. The Aphelios and the Seraphine both peeling away the Evelynn, like solo as the Volibear, the Castin, and the Kayn all going there towards onto Korean Billy. He still has the flash up. He used the heal. He used his ult, but he wasn't able to peel this massive Thunderbear 5-2-1 now with the Trinity Force and the Sterix Gauge completed. I have no idea if they will ever be able to kill him. A massive gold advantage gained here for Hills Road.
Oh boy, we thought that the game would turn on Pooplord's performance, and it has. Only means we have to say that name oh so many more times.
Yeah.
See,
That's
normally, Sutty, I usually find a way to mispronounce someone's name on purpose, but there's nothing you can do with this Volibear.
Yeah, exactly. But I think I might have said it earlier, but this is why they're crazy names. So very interesting. But all his praise and his talk this game is very well deserved. He got I know you guys weren't able to see it, but he got that early solo kill, that early dive. And until then, he's had lane pressure the whole time. He's been pressuring Malphite under the tower. He has a 60 CS gold lead as Castin maybe caught out here in the mid lane.
Bamboo uses the stasis for just a second. It's so hard to get away from all of that dive, as top lane the brawl will be inconclusive. But something that's jumping out at me, Sutty, Kermit Crab with that Magi, now only 2 stacks for that last kill.
Yeah, he lost 8 stacks in that last team fight. He actually might have lost more than that because he just got an assist there. He must have lost 9. As it's actually FCOT picking up 2 towers in the mid lane. Hills Road trade 1 in the bot lane. But those towers going down with Evelynn on the team is so important. It allows Evelynn to kind of find flanks onto the Aphelios, onto the Seraphine, kind of run their jungle. It means that that Hills Road have to spend so much more money on pink wards to make sure that they're not being flanked by this Evelynn. With the Nighthawk, they peeled it. Last team fight I wasn't quite able to see what happened, but they do it. They do it well.
So reset time here. There's still a pretty heavy advantage for Hills Road. They've got this incredibly powerful Volibear, the Sterix Gauge there, as well as the Mercury Treads. Just more and more reasons why you can't stop. They might call him Pop Lord. Yeah, that's a good intention misreading. The Pop Lord. That's right. They love the pop music. They are so incredibly hard to deal with. Tokalas, though, realizes that they are outmatched, getting caught 3v1, flash away as well, as Pop Lord's thunder comes down, and Tokalas wants nothing to do with it.
Yeah, Tokalos was way too far up in that lane. He was chased down by the Castin and the Volibear there. As it kind of looks like they're going towards the Baron at the moment. Lots of vision going here in the. There may be a team fight.
The Everfrost of Deadly Bamboo, the ability to just add that extra form of crowd control into the kit. For Hills Road, it does seem like we're in a situation now where FCOT, they're definitely trying to stay away from being caught. Korean Billy's nowhere near this fight, the AD carry for FCOT, and the Baron has been started.
Yeah, exactly. It's Hill Road, being able to pick up this team fight. There's no Malphite ultimate. There's no Evelynn ultimate. Korean Billy on the Zyra is nowhere to be seen. He's down there in the bot lane. The only problem is that Mintbloke doesn't really have the right guns for this. See if they can steal it away.
No steal. Hex Animal does get the kill, but it's going to be at the cost of their own lives. The Pop Lord pops off once more. That's the Baron in their pocket and a 6k gold advantage. Korean Billy, that was the sacrifice. It didn't seem like they wanted to take that fight at all. They will get towers, but lose so much in exchange.
Yeah, it's really interesting to see, Korean Billy kind of trade away these 2 towers in the bot lane. For his team losing Baron, there's a massive gold lead. And he Castin trying to chase down the Zyra here. Zyra will be able to get away. Korean Billy will live, get those towers and get away with his life. But I'm not so sure about the trade. This Ocean Dragon will be coming up in 40 seconds. This is a massive dragon. It'll be 3rd dragon putting them on soul point. But, that Baron for 2 towers straight in the bot lane. I'm not too sure about that. Let's see what they can do.
Oh boy, being drawn into more fights again. For FCOT, this is a rough time. They've still got Korean Billy with no kills to their name whatsoever. There are barely any items. Either that lamentable Magi sitting in Kermit Crab's inventory doing absolutely nothing for them. There's just no damage there to be able to punch through Poplord's hide.
Yeah, especially Poplord. This guy is kind of so strong right now. He's nearly got that 3rd item. He's going towards the Spirit Visage. But the important thing for Hills Road, as Deadly Bamboo walking up probably a bit too close.
There is the catch onto Kermit, and they are going to be in so much trouble. They drop down the ult just to stay alive. The damage from Korean Billy off the side as Saloon is removed. It's looking like we're going to be moving into Hills Road, taking control of the Drakes and moving with this Drake take into Ocean Soul position.
Yeah, for me, Hills Road are just way too far ahead. You know, they've got such a gold lead. All of them apart from Seraphine on the support, which, you know, after that first item, you know, doesn't really have much gold income unless they kind of pick up kills in the team fight. Everyone else has 2 items. Felios with the, you know, the greedy Kraken Slayer not going towards that Gale Force, and now he's got his Runons completed. You know, with the amount of melees on the side of FCOT, I really like the Runons pickup, and they've done really well to itemize this game. But you know, all of them having 2 items. You know, Cassin has that has that Zhonya's. He's been kind of the engaged target for FCOT, but with the Zhonya's, you know, he'll be able to Zhonya's and kind of like live out for a few seconds and wait for his team to come and back him up.
So rough times here for FCOT as it's looking like Hills Road. They are certainly in this first game of our first best of 3 today. Two of our quarterfinals will be streamed. This is just the first, so it's going to be plenty of League of Legends to try and whet your appetite. Yeah, Hills Road, they're looking like they're back perhaps on championship form.
Yeah, I think you're definitely right. You know, I think they should be patient till this. This is a massive win condition for them. We spoke about, you know, the Volibear being completely unkillable at the moment. Can you imagine it with an Ocean Soul? And they've already picked up that Spirit Visage. You know, he may just be a complete monster. You know, living up to that Thunderbear name that he likes to tell everyone all the time. If you ever played against the Volibear, you'll know what I mean. But yeah, I think I'd like to speak about Korean Billy's build a little bit. It's very interesting. I've played a lot of Xayah recently, going towards Gale Force and Essence Reaver, but I actually quite like the itemization of this game. You know, we spoke about him being like dove onto by the Volibear and the Cane, you know, being a really big problem. So to see him go towards the Shield Bow is really interesting to help him stay alive in these team fights, as well as the Phantom Dancer, which will, you know, really help him kind of do damage to single targets, kind of kill out the Cane and the Volibear, who are ever so tanky. So I actually quite like the itemization from Korean Billy, but you know, for him, we spoke about it before. It's really important that he is at team fights. You know, he wasn't there before. So for this 4th Ocean Dragon, the 3rd Ocean Dragon for Hills Road, you know, he needs to be there. He needs to turn up. As we see Hills Road with the you know, the push in the mid lane. I think, you know, Korean Billy, you know, they trade for the 2 towers in the bot lane, which, you know, I think most people would agree that that's probably not an ideal trade, but it, you know, it's interesting that they went for it. I think it's, you know, it is actually a good thing for this Evelyn. You know, if this Evelyn is to use this map that is so open to kind of find flanks and find picks, you know, kind of get more stacks onto that Magi's, they can be a real threat in this game. We saw Kermit Crab with the Night Harvester and the Magi's about 10 minutes ago, and you know, until then he's picked up the Oblivion Orb and the Blasting Wand. Hasn't completed an item since then. You know, if he's able to finish an item on this back, that'll be really important for this next dragon in 2 minutes time, because I expect him to get a real big threat. Have we got my friend back? No, it's a solo cast. Bear with me. Let's see what else we can talk about. Kind of all summoners are up in this game. You know, we spoke about with that last team fight. You know, kind of FCOT being you know, engaged on, as Leona might be picked off here. She's kind of a bit deep, trying to get vision on her own. Evelyn was in base, as we did see her finish that Morellonomicon. I think this is mostly for, you know, if they are able to pick up that Ocean Soul, Hills Road, you know, they're going to need that healing reduction, and it's interesting to see the kind of Evelyn pick up that up. Kane actually does, a lot of healing. He has the Gore Drinker. He has that red Kane with a lot of healing from his W and the Conqueror. So I think that's a really interesting itemization there from Kermit Crab. This is really interesting. Zaya is kind of carrying all the camps. Korean Billy must see himself, as a carry, kind of taking away all the gold that he can, trying to get towards that IE for this third fight. It is Dark Dragon here trying to go towards this bot side river. 40 seconds, until this dragon. They're trying to get vision control. Deadly Bamboo has just based. He's finished his Seraphs. A massive gold spike there. Not a gold spike, sorry, an NAP spike, because the mana transitions into so much ability power. Deadly Bamboo here in the river, trying to find a pick. It's interesting to see no teams kind of sorry, kind of pushing out this mid wave. It's kind of Deadly Bamboo there, trying to find some vision, trying to find some picks. I think Kermit Crab, it's really important that they try and find a flank somewhere. They're kind of grouped up at the moment. It's kind of, they really need to utilize this Evelyn and its power as they engage onto Tokolos. Not the ideal target, but he's nowhere near tank, as it's Volibear with his ultimate going in there, as the Aphelios is trying to be peeled back from. He does so very well. Volibear 2v3 on the backline there. Kills off Malphite, and he's soloing the Leona and the Zaya. Leona they can't do any damage to him. Look, he has the Sterix, and he's flashing in under the tower, as it's Evelyn who dies, trying to steal the dragon. It is Ocean Soul now for Hills Road, and it looks like they're going towards the Baron here. This will be a massive team, a massive power spike, and I really think this game is done and dusted for FCOT, as it's Deadly Bamboo looking for a kill. Don't do it to him. Korean Billy tries to use the ultimate. He has that shield bow, but it will not save him. This is a level 16 casting. There's no way you're getting away. As this time, they're going towards this Baron, and it's Mint Bloat with the correct guns this time. He has that Chakram. He absolutely shreds through this Baron, and a massive team fight for Hills Road. They pick up the Ocean Soul. They're able to base. They'll have so much gold on this base. There's nearly like a 10,000 gold lead in this game as they pick up this Baron. I'm not so sure where my color caster is at the moment. I need him.
Okay, I think I fixed it.
He's back. He missed the big team fight, my friend. A massive win for Hills Road.
Oh boy, yes, I'm very much apologising for that. There's some technical problems on there keeping me from coming back in the game, but at least I'm back in for now. So hopefully, as we see things move towards the end, we'll get ourselves a strong idea. So let's see, where are we now?
Well, you missed a few things. I can kind of help you catch up. The Ocean is picked up for Hills Road. The bear kind of crunched down onto 4 members. They picked off that the Malphite, and they have now picked up the Baron. And I expect them to try and maybe even end the game off this. It is so hard for FCOT to kind of team fight now.
Yeah, I mean it seems like the situation has gone from worse to worse. I mean, having to deal with the Pop Lord, it's still a major problem. And we can see that Deadly Bamboo has arrived as well as a further problem to add to FCOT's troubles.
17 levels now. He has that 3rd stack on his ultimate. He has 13 measures in this game. He has 3 items. This casting is almost unstoppable. This Volibear is completely unstoppable for the Ocean Soul, as it's the Malphite. We thought about this guy as the tank. I actually said, maybe he doesn't need the items. As, by the way, ignore Deadly Bamboo. He's doing Cassidin things right now. He is diving 2 people on his own. As they will go for Hex Animal, and it'll be very interesting to see what Hex Animal goes towards in the second game, because this Diana has not quite worked out. The scaling advantage from Deadly Bamboo and the casting has completely demolished this game in the late game team fights.
Alright, so there we go. The gamer just letting us know this one is pretty much donezo. But I think, to be honestly, it has been done for quite a while there. I mean, I think we saw a little bit of what Hills Road are capable of when they get a lead, and it's just taking over the game entirely.
And we, in this game, just to be clear on what's happening, the Nexus has exploded. I can tell you that Hills Road is a little bug. So Hills Road 1-0 up in the series.
Yes.
What a great game 1 we've had on our hands, with a few problems here and there, but we pulled through. And what a performance from Hills Road to begin with.
Yeah, fantastic. It's Pop Lord there in the top lane, absolutely demolishing we spoke about him being a big factor in this game, but he really was strong. The solo advantage he got in that lane, trying to transitioning it into that team fight over the second dragon was really important. He completely 1v1 the Zyra and turned around and killed the others as well. So a massive performance from Poplord. If you're looking for an MVP, Poplord is definitely your man.
Yeah, that's what I was about to ask you, Counterfeit. What do you think about Poplord's performance in this game one?
Yes, the creatively renamed. Yeah, that's how you can tell. We're doing this for a while. Poplord was absolutely nightmarish, and I think I felt like the biggest problem was that Korean Billy never really got. So we had Hex Animal against Deadly Bamboo. These two players who are both building up to be strong, but Deadly Bamboo felt like they had so much more inevitability about them that if the game goes long enough, this Caston's going to end up being huge. But for Korean Billy, they never really got to kind of enter the game. They never got a single kill in that whole game. And that, under the circumstances against Poplord, that they needed to be the character who was actually dealing with them.
Yeah, exactly. And I think I've noticed a lot of when they were transitioning from early game to mid game, we saw Hillsroad do some very, very nice rotations on the map, which I think is what helped them a lot. But what did you think of their rotations, like I said, in that early to mid game transition, Sati?
I think they were. I 100% agree with you. I think they were that those early transitions onto the top side of the map, getting the early Baron vision was really important, and I really think that allowed them to get the gold and the levels to kind of win the team fights on the third Ocean Dragon, where they were able to pick up that Baron. Korean Billy was completely out of position trying to take towers in the bot lane, but it was Hills Road with the vision, with the preparation on the top side, allowing them to get the Baron and snowball their lead.
So Counterfeit, you said you were expecting maybe FCOT to take the game one and then maybe Hillsroad to bring it back. But as we saw the reigning champs coming out swinging with game one, do you think FCOT can bring this back and maybe get a reverse sweep, or are we gonna maybe see a 2-0 from Hillsroad?
I think I find it kind of hard to say because it started so incredibly well for FCOT. They looked like they had total control of the game. I mean, even though Hexanimal, though Kermit Cab was heavily focused in the ban phase, they were still doing an absolute ton. But I think it feels like if we're going to see a game 3 here for FCOT, I think, while the bottom lane needs to be pulling more weight in the team, I think, as much as we don't want to call out what was happening in the top lane, Takalis was getting absolutely dominated by Poplord there. Yeah. I don't think they can afford to have Poplord, rule the top lane and then go on to rule the entire game again.
Yeah, it was exciting to see Poplord do everything he did so good in the first few minutes. Even me, as a non-follower of League of Legends, I was impressed with his performance early on. So I predicted, I don't know if you've said this on stream, I predicted a Hillsroad 2-0, and so far it seems to be leading that way. But according to chat after the draft phase of game 1, people were slightly leaning towards FCOT with a 53% lead, and obviously they were proven wrong. What did you guys think of the draft phase, though, the picks? What did you make out of that? Did you think we had a clear winner, or did you think the difference in between the teams was mostly made on the server?
Yeah, well, I can quickly talk about this because I was telling everyone to put your points on FCOT, and I may have just lost people a load of. But I really, I would still say, if I went into this game again, I'd still say that FCOT had the advantage. But the bot lane for them weren't able to kind of get themselves into the team fights and able to do that damage. So, but for me, I think if FCOT needs to change something, I'd like to see kind of the different damage types in the mid jungle duo, kind of one of them being AD, one of them being AP, whatever way they want to do it. Kind of securing. You need to secure a strong pick for both of those, kind of go towards champions that we kind of expected them to go towards, because the Diana and the Evelyn were not really things we had kind of picked out in our prep.
Yeah, I think we're slowly getting through the second draft phase. So Counterfeit, what do you expect from this second game coming? Do you expect any big changes, or do you think they're gonna stick to their guns and maybe just try to outplay the opponents?
Well, I mean, based on what we've seen work well before for FCOT Legends, I think for me, and so obviously tell me if you agree here, I feel like leaving Hex Animal's choice to so late in the draft felt like they weren't able to really make the biggest impact. I mean, I know that they were trying to get the counter pick, but losing out on the Vladimir, losing out on the mage style players, which they're so strong on, I felt like maybe they weren't quite comfortable enough in that game to perform the major carry role they normally perform for the squad.
I mean, I don't mind Hex Animal, getting that last pick in the draft, but things like the Yone and the Lucian were still open in this game. They weren't banned. So I think I kind of would have rathered him go towards that. Castin has, a really hard time, especially into the Lucian in the early game, especially if you're running that Ignite. So with those champions still open and he has that 5th pick, I think I'd much prefer him go towards the kind of AD champions, mix up that damage type and kind of really hit onto that Castin.
So would you say like those are the 2 players we should maybe look for and how they perform in the second game? Maybe Poplord and Hex Animal?
Ooh, I think honestly, Takalas up in the top lane as well. It's as much as there needs to be a lot of good news from Kermit Crab and Hex Animal. I think for Takalas, they need to just find a way to ride out this top laning phase. Because as we saw, if they get drawn into a fight and they kind of are known as a player who isn't a strong duelist, is very good at objective control, but tends to get pulled into 1v1 fights quite a lot. I think if they can just sit back in this game, honestly, maybe even hide under the tower, then we don't end up with a massive Pop Lord dominating the whole game.
Oh, so do you agree, Sati? Do you think a bit of more passive approach on that top lane would that be probably something that could help FCOT maybe in this game?
I definitely think so. That Volibear had a massive see it on the stream, but he got that early advantage, and I think he ended up getting all 5 plates down the top lane. And I do agree. I think Tokalos maybe taking a few too many trades, but maybe he's so Pop Lord is a massive Camille player. I still think they should take that away. But the Volibear, if he wants to sit under his tower, the Volibear is not a good pick to play against. The Volibear will say no to your tower and kill you anyway. So if he wants to just play passively under his tower, that Volibear's got to go.
We are just waiting for our players to get into the second game of the first match of today. And we're actually transitioning right now to the draft, so Counterfeit, Sadi, take it away.
All right, so we've got a lot to look forward to for FCOT Legends. They're the ones who are going to have to make the big change here, because Pop Lord absolutely went off in the previous game, and Sasi, you called it, and it happens. The Camille is taken away. We're fully expecting to see the Volibear hitting the bench as well.
Yeah, that Sejuani, same as the first game, is taken away from him to be the same. And I think this will be really interesting for Hills Road. Do they change anything in their draft? Do they need to change anything? That team worked really well. The scaling with the Aphelios and the Castin and the strong top side with the Volibear is really important. As that Kayn is banned away, it's very interesting that they, the Kayn was the really big problem in that team fight, in that team. Sorry.
Well, I mean, Dark Dragon did step up for the rest of the team to enable the plays, once we got past that initial part of the game that was so FCOT favored, is it's looking like, again, Kermit Crab is going to be the focus of attention. Apparently, we're seeing that from the first game, it doesn't need to be a huge amount of change for Hills Road in terms of their initial approach to the draft. Just keeping Kermit Crab from being a major factor is all that's needed.
And that Volibear, it's gone. Tokalos, Tokalas is saying there's no way I'm playing against that again. And it's interesting, here we go, Korean Billy. He's picking up the Kaiser here. He's saying that, give me more agency, let me ult into these team fights. I don't want to play the Xayah. I don't want them to come at me. I want to go in myself. So Korean Billy, hopefully he can be a little bit more involved in this game, as it's Dark Dragon picking up the fight. And interesting to see that Mint Bloke going towards Misfortune this game, kind of very different to the Aphelios. The Aphelios kind of stronger late game in team fights, and the Misfortune has that really strong early game. It'll be very interesting to see what build Misfortune goes towards as well. There's kind of 2 builds at the moment with the Pressy attack or the Emacs with Arcane Comet. The Arcane Comet is completely unplayable for the lane. When the Zed is locked in, very interesting.
I mean, this is what you were asking for, Si. This is what you wanted to see from Hex Animal. Bring the AD into the mid lane, bring the carry. So we get the Diana flavorings from the previous game now with the AD approaches. Could we? We're being teased with it. I don't want to believe that we could actually be seeing the Armadillo in this game, but we will! Hex Animal, well, we're going to see a different approach. It's much less carry, much more crowd control, and insane ability to get into lane quickly.
Yeah, I mean, the Turbo Chem Tank is a really strong item. We've seen it on things like Udyr and the Skarner, but Ramos is another one that... and as the Vladimir is locked in, very interesting. We think the Delhi Bamboo will be going towards this, and it's very interesting into the Z. I think Vladimir has, you know, a really weak early game, and he will maybe be going towards that early Seeker's Arm Guard to kind of survive in this lane phase. But you know, again, it's Hills Road going on the side of scaling. They have the team fight with the Vi, with the Misfortune, and now with the Vladimir, this guy scales so well. He'll be able to absolutely demolish these team fights. So you know, similar ideas, even though there are different champions in this game.
We know from FCOT, you know, or for FCOT, sorry, that they saved their mid lane pick to last before. Now we've got the opposing, presumably mid laner, who can now just, you know, go into pool and avoid all damage from the Z. That Deathmark's just not going to work on the Vladimir at all. It's into the second set of bans. The Pike banned away, and the Mordekaiser as well. So it looks like we're seeing more top lane attention as well as support.
Yeah, it's interesting to see Hills Road banning out the Mordekaiser. Maybe they're going towards something like the Gangplank there in the top lane. As you know, the Seraphine locked in again. It was a very strong pick in that last game. As to Kalas with the set, I expect that set to be going in the top lane, but you know, this is still a flex. We could see this in the support role. But let's talk about this Hills Road bot lane for a minute. You know, we talked about that bot lane before being completely unable, like you can't deal with it with the long range of the Aphelios. But if this is an Emax Misfortune with the Arcane Comet, you're literally, if you walk up to the wave, you're going to lose about half your HP. So you know, a really strong bot lane for Hills Road.
Yeah, we saw it worked incredibly well for Hills Road before because there was so much attention towards that bottom side. But once you've got that Encore, that Seraphine ult in the mix, almost impossible to make the play. It's the Wukong comes out, and we're going to see a pretty different game number 2 than game 1.
Yeah, I think it's I still think, you know, there's still that same idea. As I'm not actually 100% sure where the you know, got Legends will be going their champions. Both Set and Swain can kind of go towards the top lane and the support roles. I think this game, maybe the Swain support, kind of not really seeing that much in the top lane anymore. But yeah, I think the same ideas from the two teams, kind of strong team fight with the Kaiser, with the Zed, the Ramos, you know, the Swain, all really strong team fighters. But the scaling is definitely on the side of Hills Road with this Vladimir. The Seraphine scales extremely well. Another, you know, point and click champion with the Vi, and you know, we spoke about this being a strong champion for Dark Dragon. So, you know, I think this, you know, similar ideas from both teams from the first game.
Yeah, that Assault and Battery, you know, it does feel very similar to the banned out Kayn and just an ability to get onto a single target and delete them. Though we know in this case, let's see. So, oh, if I'm not reading this wrong, it looks like we actually are going to be seeing a swap of roles. So ultimately, Korean Billy ends up on the Z, and Kaiser is Hex Animal.
Ooh, very interesting. Yeah, this is very interesting. You know, in so it is very interesting to see you know, him play mid lane in the first game and go towards you know, the bot lane with this Kaiser. You know, we spoke about it in the first game, but Kaiser is, I mean, I don't know how else to say it, but a completely turbo broken champion right now. This guy will do everything. It will do absolutely everything. If you try and put them behind a lane with this Misfortune and the Seraphine, they'll still be strong anyway. But it is very interesting to see Korean Billy this game on the Z. You know, he wasn't particularly involved last time. Will he be trying to split push on the Z and take side waves, or is he being put there in the middle to try and make sure that he's involved in these fights, in the skirmishes in the early levels?
Well, no, to provide some context for you guys, we didn't mention this before because we just didn't think it was going to come up. But Hex Animal is actually relatively new to the mid lane position because they previously were playing as a bot lane. They're actually much more experienced as a bot laner than they are as a mid laner. So, I mean, while we don't know how well Korean Billy is going to be able to pull off a Z, we know that Hex Animal can absolutely perform in the bottom lane.
Yeah, and you know, for him, he's secured himself a really strong AD carry to play with. So yeah, it'll be interesting. It'll be interesting to see, you know, why this decision was made. I'm not sure we have interviews today, sadly, but you know, it's a bit of a packed schedule already. But you know, it'll be interesting to see why the decision was made now. Hex Animal maybe just wants to go back towards comfort, back towards his own lane. But to be fair, Kareem Billy is not exactly picked, an easy champion if he's a role swap into the mid lane. He's not playing. I mean, he's not playing Lux or something that's like particularly easy where you farm waves or you look for picks. He's playing this Zed. This is a high skill cap champion. And he'll be looking towards the Seraphine and in the Misfortune in his team fights, blow them up and try and get a team fight advantage for his team, obviously.
Yeah, no, sorry, I think you've read it right. This presumably must be a specific strategic move that FCOT were planning for coming into this one. Because you're right, there's no way you put an inexperienced player on the Zed. We knew that Hex Animal had the possibility to go into bottom lane. So I think if we're going to be seeing a comeback in this series here, it feels like we've got a good chance. But an elephant in the room that we haven't really talked about yet is Takalas up in the top lane. We said, okay, we'd like to see him play passively. Instead of doing that, they decided they want to get mixed up with the Pop Lord face-to-face with the set. Based on what we've seen so far, that doesn't necessarily seem like the best idea, but what's your gut telling you here? Is this the right move for FCOT?
I don't know. I mean, we're not 100% sure. On the Malphite, it's not hard. I mean, it's not easy to play into that Volibear. It's not. Maybe he is a strong laner, and he says, okay, fine, give me the set. I'll carry this game. Let me show this guy. He did me over in the first game. Let me show him what I'm about. Give me the set. And Tokalas, we do have him down as a big set player, so it is interesting to see, that he's got this. He got this pick, but Pop Lord, he'll be chilling from that first game. He knows what he's about, and yeah, it'll be interesting.
Yeah, well, as you said, Tokalas absolutely is a strong set player. Again, it just hadn't come up until this very moment. I think, we'll definitely be checking in closely, of course, with that bottom lane as well to see how that 2v2 plays out. As you mentioned, we've got all this range once again down the bottom side. And as we saw from the Seraphine, the safety of being able to deny every single dive possible.
Yeah, we saw it in the first game where, they were trying to and wasn't able to pick up too much. The Seraphine, being a really good disengaged champion, throwing out her E and her R. It's really hard to try and it's really hard to get on top of her. So it will be interesting. And this is a completely different game for Kermit Crab. In the first game he was playing with this Evelyn, this massive AP threat, this massive AP carry. In this game he's on this tank, this tank Rammus. I think he may have to go. I'm not sure if you can see the game right now, but I think he may have to go back to. Only got the refillable potion at the moment.
Oh, that's a little awkward. Yes, that's we'll have to see how long it takes for the crab to realize they'll have to come back out of their shell and pick that one up, because that's going to be disastrous. And I'm trying to think. I usually try and find a reason why this might be the case, but I cannot think of what it would be here. It doesn't seem like Kermit Crab's going to realize this is happening and get back to base in time.
I think for the quality of the game, I hope someone on his team notices it. He's currently typing in chat, GLH guy, but I think for the state of the game, we'd love jungle item, because he may fall behind in levels very quickly to the Vi.
Yeah, it's going to really be unfortunate. So they're not going to have any extra damage. You can see they're recalling right now. I think they're going to miss out on some amount here. That's really unfortunate for the Legends here. They've got to win this game, and to have the disadvantage from one of their strongest players from the very beginning, not something you like to see at all. Yeah,
and it's Hills Road who have the advantage. But we spoke about it. They're the ones with the experience. They were last year's champions. We expect them to have more experience in a series format, best of 3, best of 5. So it'll be interesting to see if they're able to kind of close out this game in a 2-0 fashion, and kind of move on to those semi-finals on Thursday.
All right. So one of our big questions to Kalas on their main pick here up against Pop Lord on the Wukong. This is a very different match than what we were seeing before. Takalas has a chance to spread the wings to show that they can not only make up for allowing Pop Lord to go off in the previous game, but actually prove themselves a carry as well.
Yeah, and we see Kermit Crab as there is currently trading here. Pop Lord, he got the first level 2. Oh, and he dodges away from the haymaker for Pop Lord, playing these skirmishes really well. but it is Kermit Crab who is clearing red into his topside camp. So it'll be interesting to see if he is going to support Dorkalis in the top lane and try and put the Wukong behind. On the opposite side, it's Dark Dragon who is clearing from bot to top. He cleared red into Krogs, now clearing his Raptors, and he will be going towards his Misfortune Seraphine lane most likely. As you know, I think this will be happening quite a lot. As on your screen, Wukong trading into the Seraphine, into the set. Sorry, you know, this time I'm not quite sure if he was able to dodge away from the Haymaker. But you know, quickly for this bot lane. Maybe you've heard my voice a bit too much from that first game, but it's actually Misfortune going towards the Pressy attack this game. It's not that double poke lane with the Arcane Comet and the Emacs. It's actually the PTA trying to make sure.
Hold the phone there, because we've got a play happening in the top. Kermit Crab going very deep, gets the taunt through. Calisto is too far away, has no ignite or anything to finish off the kill, but it was a close thing.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing is Poplord didn't actually have to blow his flash. You know, he will have to TP back to this lane, but thankfully for him, you know, if there is a regank, he will still have that flash.
So that does equalize things in the top lane. Down the bottom, you can see a major CS advantage for Hex Animal. This is the big change for FCOT here. It's sending their mid laner down bottom, and so far it seems to be working out pretty well. Yeah,
I mean, in the draft, I spoke about Mint Seraphine having the push in this lane for poke lane with the Seraphine and the Misfortune, but it's Hex Animal with the early advantage. He has about a 5 CS lead. As Mintbloke and Miss Seraphine are currently trying to freeze the wave at their tower, Hex Animal and Swain getting an early reset. It'll be interesting to see what they go towards, as I think there is a regank in the top lane from Kermit Crab.
Yeah, as you said before, you've got to make the play stick. And there's the taunt, so much damage. The Calisto only gets a little bit of a trade back in, so the gank not being as productive here for Kermit Crab as we would have hoped for, but there's the catch, there's the first blood for FCOT. This bottom lane just got that much more interesting.
Yeah, I guess that is why Hex Animal is down here in the bot lane. He's running. And yeah, you know, there is more trading here in the top lane, but the Wukong is really hard to gank into. You know, with that W, he can W away from the Rammus.
And just to check in with how you guys are feeling about this match overall, we're seeing that FCOT are definitely not enjoying favored nation status here. Very heavily towards Hills Road. I mean, with every reason to expect that to be the case based on the previous round performance, it does at least feel like FCOT Legends. They've made a lot of changes coming to game number 2. So we'll see if they can make it work. The Callus, I feel like they've still got a ton on their plate. They've got a lot of expectations. They go 1v1 with Pop. They miss on the Haymaker again. Pop's just playing around every one of their abilities. He's going to go on the tower, flashing forwards. That seems a little bit too aggressive. But hey, Pop looking to establish dominance. Get that T-pose in if you can. While Dark Dragon on the buy, you can see there was getting it set up maybe for a tower dive. Perhaps a little bit early in the game for that. So let's see. Deadly Bamboo, as we said, will be able to avoid these ultimates. Actually does still take a chunk of damage. But there we go, Dark Dragon coming in from the side. But Korean Billy, so far, we wondered how they do on the Z pick. But they don't seem to be having any problems. They're keeping up on CS. I mean, you know, Deadly Bamboo can avoid a lot of that damage. But still not worried. Still keeping up CS. Still going to be a damage threat once they get out of lane.
Apologies for that. I just had to quickly reconnect. I did see, though, that there was a play there onto the mid lane. Vladimir now with his flash gone.
Yes, and that's impressive considering that, as we mentioned right back in Champs, like the pool for the Vladimir normally is going to get him out of most trouble without having to even use the summoners.
Yeah, yeah, I think so. I mean, he has also gone towards that Seeker Sound Guard, which we did speak about as well. So it's interesting to see that, you know, Korean Billy is, you know, doing so well in this lane.
Oh boy, Poplord, these 1v1 trades up at the top side. The Callus wanted the opportunity to show that he could go head to head with Poplord, but so far it doesn't seem like it's working. Poplord's just dancing around each of these Haymakers, and there's no damage coming back from the FCOT top laner at all.
Yeah, he's doing really well in these trades. You know, he's using that W to dodge away from the Haymaker. So, you know, he must have played this matchup before, and he must have had some skill on that.
Expel will get caught away from their duo laner, chasing the corner. Hex Animal grabs their first kill. So, Kermit Crab having a lot more success in mid and bottom than they have in top. Means that the gold lead is still with FCOT.
Yeah, it was Seraphine kind of dodging away from a lot of those ganks in the first game. As Deathmark.
Korean Billy, it's getting chewed out. The Ignite ticking away. We have got coming in from the side. No, Korean Billy goes back in for the kill and dies for it.
It was very nice from Korean Billy. He does his best to try and outplay the Vladimir, but this is a disaster. He goes for the 1v1. I know there was a little bit of help from the Vi. Maybe the Vi didn't get the assist, but if the Z is already kind of like losing a little bit into this Vladimir, the scaling game is not going to be a fun one. Hills Road with kind of with the advantage here with the scaling, with the MF, with the Seraphine, the Vladimir, this really strong team fight comp. It puts FCOT again on this timer. When it gets to these late game team fights, are they going to be able to win out?
Well, there's the ult. Poplord is very low already and gets the 1v1 kill with the Sheen. Oh boy, I'm starting to get flashbacks from game number 1. Pop is starting to go off in the top lane, and Callus hasn't got a teleport to even get back to lane before those plates get scooped up as well.
Yeah, Tokalas is trying his best to kind of go towards a tank set this build. I think he'll go towards the Sunfire Aegis, but I think I really would like to see him just kind of pick up those plated steel caps. Obviously, they're the kind of they're the new Ninja Tabi. Who knows why they changed the name, but they are the news ones. But it'll be really effective into this Wukong lane. And just help him survive. I don't want to see him solo kill. I just want to see him build up some armor and make sure he's he's at least a champion and not a cannon minion when we get to those late game team fights.
Yeah, well, I mean, Callus has just picked up that early armor to try and shrug off Pop as much as possible, but I think at this point you've just got to concede the 1v1 is not winnable, but maybe these later team fights will be.
Yeah, we for FCOT, if they're going to win, they're going to need him to be a threat in these team comps. Set can be a really strong champion if they're able to get the showstopper, and get on top of MF, on top of Seraphine, get the face breaker, I think it's called. Get the face breaker onto them. There's a lot of CC, there's a lot of damage because Set does have quite high numbers, and if he's building up the grit, he can throw out that W and kind of tank up a lot of damage and do damage at the same time. A really strong champion. Togalas, we know that he has some proficiency on it, so I really like to see him show that in the team fights.
So it's Callus for the time being falling behind on the CS and also has that drop death, so won't be able to do a ton in that top lane matchup, but the Herald is still up and available. We're still in plate territory as Korean Billy makes a solid trade with the Deadly Bamboo. The pool has been burned, so Deadly Bamboo is going to get taken out 1v1.
The solo kill from Korean Billy. This is what we needed to see as Dark Dragon trying to make a play here into the bot lane. Let's see if they can do anything. The flash comes out.
The Sultan Battery, no, holy moly, this fight's a lot of trouble. Bullet time, ton of damage. Saloon grabs hold of the kill up in the top lane. We have got the assist finally coming in with the Callus. There's the showstopper. It's going to flash forward, trying to look for the kill on the tower, but Kamen Crab is there to pick up the pieces and not very much damage for this Rammus. So Callus has to go back in and dies. Is it going to be a 1v2 double under the tower? Poplord has arrived in game 2.
He stepped up just like he did in game 1. I was about to say to you, Counterfeit, are we just going to see the third game? The Vi play on the bot lane didn't work out. It was another kill for the Kaiser. The Swain now on 2 kills as well. The bot lane scaling up, but Poplord reminding us what he did in game 1. Don't forget about me yet, he says, and he gets a double kill, a 2-for-1 there in the top lane. This game for Hills Road may just be on the Wukong. What can he do in these team fights?
I mean, he's got the Trinity Force, like before, said, going for the most aggressive option there in the trades. I mean, if you're the bottom lane for FCOT here, you say, hey, things are going pretty well. What's that storm cloud on the horizon? Is there a cyclone building up in the top lane? It's probably nothing. That won't be a problem later on, surely.
I think you might be right, but the thing is, I played a bit of Kaiser. This champion's pretty cool. It has the shield on the eye, can dodge away. It has the invisibility. So, what is Poplord going to be able to do in these team fights? Sorry, especially if he's being peeled away from the Rammus by the Rammus and the and the Swain. Is Poplord really going to be able to do anything when it's not just a 1v1? As we can see him still smashing away, using those Qs. That's doing a lot of damage. Tokalos, he's got like health items and armor items. Wukong says, no thank you, I don't care about those. I'll smash you anyway.
Oh boy, it's pretty rough stuff. Of course, that crushing blow for the Wukong, able to strip away a lot of the armor. So hard to deal with the Wukong, no matter what you're building. There's at least some health for Kalos there, but I think towards his later team fights, I mean, that Showstopper at least can remove Poplord from the fight. Actually, Poplord's going to go for, oh my gosh, cutting the wave away from Kalos, actually going between towers.
Yeah, he's just got such an advantage. He's already done it once. He knows that if the Rammus is coming, maybe even if the Zed is coming, he'll be able to 2v1, 2v3 even. I think the crazy thing about it was his Vi wasn't just on the bot side of the map. She was actually in the bot lane, trying looking for a lane gank. As I think that, the biggest thing that's happening right now is it's FCOT that is picking up the second dragon in this game. They picked up the first one, the Cloud Dragon, as Tokalos being bailed out by the tricks they hear by the Wukong. As it's actually Vi doing the smart play, making the cross map play, going towards the Rift Herald. Let's see if she's able to pick that one up and maybe snowball her Wukong as fast as she can. I think this is a really interesting macro point just to talk about quickly, that you see teams try and do it as best they can. If a team is making a play on one side of the map, it's really important to make your own play on the other side. It's called a cross map play. If the enemy team has their advantage of players on the other side of the map, make a play on your strong side of the map when you have the advantage of players.
Yeah, the Herald going to get picked up by Dark Dragon. We have gone through the plating phase. That is going to be a lot less of a strong resource than it could have been otherwise. Kraken Slayer completed for Hex Animal, so they're on the board with their Mythic to try and match up with Poplord. So we've got the strength of the top lane here right now for Hills, and the bottom lane for FCOT.
The optimization from Kaiser is really interesting. Obviously, she's farmed straight away for that Kraken Slayer, which is a really strong item. She's got that Mythic and then Mythic passive straight away. She doesn't quite have the Q evolution yet, which is a massive power spike for Kaiser. If she's going towards the Collector, as Cream Billy goes into the mid lane.
Deadly Bamboo already taking a ton of damage there, but goes back in. Wow, they are incredibly aggressive. Nice catch there on to mid-blow. Decides to go on the tower. The double charm doesn't stop Hex Animal from locking the kill down.
Here he comes.
This is the time. Pop is here. They're on a rampage. They have officially moved their advantage from the top lane to the map as a whole.
Yeah, Poplord using that TP advantage that he has from the top lane. He doesn't need to get back to lane. He has such an advantage there that he's using it to make plays on the other side of the map, which is really important. Shutting down this Kaiser. He didn't actually have the Kaiser X Animal this game didn't actually have a as he is going to go onto LL Saloon as well. Stopwatch comes out. I think that he's going to go down anyway. But Hex Animal going down. He didn't actually have a shutdown, which is good news for them. There's still a lot of gold for Poplord, but at least there's no shutdown gold.
Poplord will get caught under the tower. The taunt should cause tower aggro to land, but there's nothing else from the FCOT team. There's no follow-up to make that play stick, as Dark Dragon's there trying to build up. I think very aware at this point that for FCOT, with so much dragon control early on, they've got a pretty solid line towards the soul sooner rather than later.
Yeah, I think quickly just talking about Kermit Crab trying to go in there on Poplord. Maybe he thinks he's this really tanky and strong armadillo building up the armor, but Wukong is 4 levels ahead of him right now. Kermit Crab tied with the lowest level in the game, a level 8. I think he may hit level 9 off this red buff. No, he doesn't even level 9 yet. The levels, people probably underestimate him a little bit. Poplord is so far ahead.
Oh boy, so the Hecky Hotshots versus Exeter College X-Col LOL will be our second best of 3 today when this first best of 3 quarterfinal is done. We, of course, building up towards the semi-final a little bit later on this week, as the swap of top lane down to bot is completed with bot lane up to top for Hills Road. And it's been a rough time for Tokalos. Doesn't seem like it's going to get any easier.
Yeah, as he does actually miss the cannon under the tower there. Things are going from bad to worse from Tokalos. Hopefully he can build up some items and be strong in this team fight. It is 1 minute and 30 seconds away from the third dragon for FCOT, which will be a win condition for them on Soul Point. Deadly Bamboo trying to trade here in the mid lane.
Yeah, waits quite a long time before going into the pool, which, of course, the pool itself has a fairly hefty cost. So it's a solid trade for Korean Billy, who is right now sporting the Eclipse for that extra bit of threat to follow up on the initial play.
I mean, this mid lane's crazy. It's only 1-1 in the mid lane, but I don't think either of these mid laners has actually left this lane, apart from the base. Every time we look towards this mid lane, they're always ulting each other or going in with the pool or whatever. So I know if I'm trying to explain something and we look towards this mid lane, I better stop soon, because they're going to ult each other. They know when they're on camera by the sounds of it. But yeah, as I was saying, Pop Lord, is down here for the dragon. He says, "I don't care about the man advantage. I'm just that strong. I'm level 12. So you're level 10. So you're level 9. Let's fight. I'm going to be here for the dragon." There's more trading here in the mid lane as the Ignite goes down.
Yeah, Korean Billy found their ability to get away to start the fight, just as you said. But we do have Pop Lord getting caught. The Cyclone number 1 goes through. Cyclone number 2 is good, but maybe they don't have enough damage left. It's going to be close. Pop Lord gets the 1v2 kill for the second time, but does get shut down in the process.
Yes, but the thing is, it's Hex Animal and Korean Billy both going down here as the dragon spawns right now. LL Saloon will be very happy. He's the one that was able to pick up that bounty. It was 600 gold, so we got 900 gold for that kill. Not the full bounty of 700. But even LL Saloon here on this Swain will be doing tons of damage this game, as he's going to look to steal this dragon, and he doesn't. This is really important for Hills Road. They stop the snowball of the dragons. Their team of the Misfortune, the Seraphine, even the Vladimir, who is level 13, which is really important. He's maxed out both his Q and his E. He'll have the short cooldowns on those. He's scaling as much as he can towards these team fights over the fourth straight of the game.
Well, I mean, you talked about how these two mid laners, they've been at each other's throats the whole game. Korean Billy barely leaving the lane at all. Presumably, if Deadly Bamboo is going to be scaling up, this is so much better than it will for Hills Road than it is for FCOT.
I mean, I 100% agree. Deadly Bamboo, he's already got the Seeker's Arm Guard. He actually has another cloth armor. I think he may be trying to build from last season with the two cloth armors into the Seeker's Arm Guard. But even just having a little bit of armor, is really not a problem. It'll help him, in the 1v1 against the Zed, and even take less damage from the Set and the Kaiser. But yeah, once he gets towards that stopwatch, who is going to be able to kill him? To be honest, the Zed is definitely not going to be able to assassinate him. The Zed will be looking to go towards the Seraphine and the Misfortune in the team fights. No, he'll be nowhere near that Vladimir. But yeah, this Vladimir, is he going to get out of control? Deadly Bamboo in the first game, he was on the casting, doing absolute bits there. He scaled out of control. Look at this, he's trying to 2v1 it already, level 13.
Under the tower, it's going to be an incredible play. Pooplord gets hold of Saloon and walks out with nary a care in the world. We're starting to see Hills Road coming back to their previous confident form. They're definitely feeling the game right now as Deadly Bamboo is going to get smited, goes into the pool. Dark Dragon is off to the side to provide assistance, but Hex Animal, they can't do enough damage at this point to do anything to Bamboo at all.
Yeah, and it's crazy to think as well. Hex Animal has actually got his Q evolution now. He's level 11. He's got the Serrated Dug and the Kraken Slayer. He'll have enough AD for that Q evolution. But I mean, I'm not sure if we're watching a replay of game 1 or something. Deadly Bamboo playing the scaling champion, doing absolute monstrous things in the mid lane, as well as Pop Lord coming in, popping up, picking up kills where he can. He's got 2 items. He's so far ahead. Tokalos hasn't even got enough gold to complete his first item yet. As I said, I don't know, is this a replay from game 1 or what's going on here?
Yeah, I feel, I do feel bad for Tokalos again. They put themselves in a position to have the correct vapor. There's a catch. Tokalos, will they get the revenge? It's going to be the shutdown for Combat Crab, but for Tokalos, it only took 3 players to take down Hills Road's ace, the Pop Lord, who's on 7 kills now. But it was almost certainly worth it.
It was definitely worth it. Sadly, the shutdown goes onto the Rammus. You'd love to see that go onto the Kaiser. I mean, yeah, that was a 3v1. Obviously, he went down that time. Pop Lord, I'm pretty sure, didn't have his ult when they were fighting. He used it in the mid lane. That could have even been a 4v1. LL Saloon was thinking of moving on the Swain to the mid lane as well. As Korean Billy may be in trouble here as they're trying to make a play onto the bot lane.
It seems like given that Korean Billy is presumably supposed to be one of the carries for the squad, right now they're being put on farming duty, which is at least keeping them equal with Bamboo, but they're not getting the chance to get any kills 1 versus 2.
Yeah, I think the Seraphine sadly is kind of, if she's standing next to the Misfortune, it really is going to be hard to kind of assassinate one of them at a time, because the Seraphine has the heals, she has the shields, and even Misfortune has the heal. Seraphine, it has that ultimate. There's just going to be too much to deal with for Korean Billy. Has Deli Bamboo is completely feeling himself here. He's walking into the enemy jungle, rocket belting forward, using his Q, using that transfusion, and just trying to gain advantages. We saw it as Korean Billy was making a play, but it's Dark Dragon, Deli Bamboo teaming up in the jungle, taking away the red buff, and trying to snowball that lead as best they can by starving out the enemy team, taking away their jungle camps. Maybe caught out.
There's the catch. Deli Bamboo in real trouble here, goes into the pool pretty late. Saloon is already very low, but there's a big shutdown. Even if Saloon has to give their life for it. You mentioned before the kills around the Drake spawn. That's a huge member of Hills Road off the pitch for the time being.
Yeah, this is a really good, really big pickup for FCOT, as they have the mid push as well. They pushed out this mid wave. It means they have access into the Dragon Pit. That spawns in 20 seconds. Sadly, the Swain is down. Poplord will be looking to do bits in this team fight and get himself a second Inferno Dragon.
So we know that Deli Bamboo has no way to get back into the fight quickly. No teleport or anything of its nature. Yeah, the flank around for Korean Billy could manage to catch out Ixbel here, who is currently going to struggle to get back into their own jungle. Looks like both teams are waiting for their numbers to come back in. Here's a catch onto Ixbel, forcing the flash. Poplord's going to be going after Hex Animal, of course. Chasing away, look at that damage. Nice pull back in for the Poplord, but Hex Animal's already taken a ton of damage. Executing the fight, as is the Crab. And it's looking like it's still going to be Hills Road dominating this Dragon fight, because there has been no sign of Korean Billy. They're off to the side, but they didn't get to do anything.
Yeah, it's Kermit Crab doing his best to try and engage onto the Seraphine, but it's Poplord. He didn't even have to use his flash, by the way, to get onto Hex Animal, who has to flash away, uses R to get away. So it's a bit of a disaster. That wing condition for them, stacking up the dragons, is not going the way they wanted it to, as Hills Road pick up their second Infernal. These teams are going to... Hills Road will be doing lots and lots of damage now.
Yeah, I mean, it's, if you're talking about scaling, you've got that late game to look forward to. Going to be all the sweeter with these 2 Infernal Dragons in pocket, and the possibility of even getting to 4 Infernal Dragons to make your carries truly ludicrous.
Yeah, I mean, Hex Animal just about survived in that last team fight, and that was only on 1 Infernal. They've got the second one now. If they get a third or fourth, and he's Poplord picks up more items, it's going to be a nightmare for them to deal with. As they're still trying to make plays onto him in the top lane, but that W from Wukong, just allows him to get away, go invisible, and kind of create something for Ramos to just run into.
Yeah, very tricky at the best of times is that Wukong to try and lock down the FCOT. They have managed to make the catch on someone a little bit less accessible though. Mint Bloke gets taken to pieces. They can't escape away, and now on the bottom side, Korean Billy is trying to stay on Bamboo, trying to go for the plays, but there is a double form of escape, as it's almost but not quite a kill, even through the Zhonya's. Yeah,
that Zhonya's picked up now. It means that Korean Billy is seriously going to have a hard time into the Vladimir. Both of them are actually level 15. And it's really important to keep track for Korean Billy that he has that ignite. I really don't think he'll be able to solo kill the Vladimir if he doesn't have that ignite. So as of right now, I think Korean Billy, he doesn't have his ultimate, but I think the ultimate cooldown from Zed is slightly shorter than the Zhonya's cooldown. So if he's able to make a play in that time window, maybe he can pick up a kill on Bamboo.
Yeah, a couple of minutes for each hourglass to come back up. Korean Billy has a chance to make another play here, but we have got Poplord just hiding in the bushes, trying to set up an ambush. As Billy, they will take every fight they get a chance to go for. Bamboo goes under the tower! Talk about aggression! Korean Billy is put up immediately in the fight, and that means that all the damage is gone. TP coming in. Kalos can't do anything, I think. He does manage to get the base breaker and brings back the rest of the squad. Poplord under the tower as Hex Animal being chased down by Dark Dragon. Dark Dragon driven away. That's Mint Bloke will take the 1v1. Hex Animal gets the kill anyway, but it's under the tower is the rest of Hill Road. Saloon is trying to step into the carry role against 4, but They have not had the best of games so far, and the ace is completed. Hills Road on the high road.
A massive team fight for Hills Road. I think my analysis brain tells me that maybe this game's over. Hills Road with a massive scaling advantage. You know, we saw the Rammus in that team fight, as we said earlier, thinking that they're this tanky armadillo, but it's just getting blown to bits by the Vladimir and the Wukong. You know, you spoke about it. The Wukong is just doing so much armor shred with the Q that Wukong is Rammus is really not looking like a tank this game.
No, I mean, it was such a big change here for FCOT to switch Kermit Crab away from the carry style to the tank supportive style, and it hasn't really worked at all. I mean, you know, Hex Animal is doing a great job. Korean Billy, you can see they're trying their best, but I think with that Zed being picked up so early on in the draft, the Vladimir has proven to be an exceptional answer.
Yeah, exactly. You know, it was banned away in the first game. You know, they decided that, okay, sure, we'll give you the Vladimir, but we'll ban away your casting from the first game. But, you know, Deadly Bamboo has shown just as much proficiency on this Vladimir as he did the casting in the first game. I think the problem is that as Kermit Crab is still trying to go into that Wukong, hasn't quite learned that, you know, it's not going to happen. As he's 4 levels down to the Wukong now, that really is a disaster. But I think the problem is that Hex Animal on this Kai'Sa, even though they're really strong 3 items now, has the Q evolve, has the E evolve, it's so hard for them to navigate these team fights. You know, Vi has R, there's the Wukong R, there's the Seraphine ultimate, and there's going to be another team fight.
Alright, here we go. FCOT trying desperately for the play. Hex Animal needs to stay alive. Poplord has blown through both of the instances of the ult, and Hex Animal's just dead. They could not keep Poplord from chasing them down. Korean Billy survives the fight on full health, and all they can do now is watch as another Infernal Dragon is spawning in.
Yeah, Hex Animal, you know, it's up now, which is you know, a really big shame. But Hex Animal did not have his flash for that team fight. He didn't have his heal. He wasn't able to use his ult to kind of, you know, get away and kind of kite out the Wukong. But it's Poplord and Dark Dragon going on there towards on towards the Kai'Sa as Korean Billy goes for the steal. Korean Billy, who was not able to get into that team fight at all. Much like the first game, you know, kind of finding it hard to make the way into these fights. It means that Hills Road is getting their 3rd Infernal Dragon. And as we spoke about, the 2nd Dragon was a big one. The 3rd one is even bigger, 1 away from Infernal Soul.
So if we're going to try and make some evaluations on how this change of strategy has worked for FCOT, it felt like Korean Billy, you know, was very comfortable playing the lane against Deadly Bamboo, but when it comes to these team fights, they're really struggling to find the right place and time to be, you know, to even take part in the fight at all.
Yeah, you know, fighting front to back on Zed, you know, is not really ideal. Trying to find a flank, trying to get onto the Seraphine, onto Misfortune is kind of the way to go. I think it's interesting, you know, that they play the Xayah in the first game and then they go towards the Zed. You know, very, very polar opposite champions. Xayah that's kind of wanting the enemy team to come on to you, where you can kind of place those feathers and bring them back. Where, you know, Zed is, you know, trying his best to find a flank and find a way into the team fight onto the carries as best they can. But you know, as you said, he was definitely toe to toe in this lane, but Vladimir just absolutely outscales this Zed, and sadly, I think that Bamboo is much more useful in these team fights and just in general.
Poplord will get caught out here, but again, the Trickster allows them to get away pretty clean, though this time it's going to be another 1 versus 3. Drops out of the Cyclone, but I mean, yes, shutdown is good, but Korean Billy in the mid lane gets caught with a 1v3 of their own, 1v4 even. So it's an even trade. Hex Animal gets the kill though, but is the only carry on the whole squad.
Yeah, I think you're right. It is an even trade, but you know, how even is it? As you know, they are trying to go onto the walls of Vladimir here. Oh,
Hex Animal gets half health immediately. The Showstopper buys some space, but the Kalas, I think, will have to give up their life to allow for their carry to escape. Kermit Crab, though, may not get that opportunity as they will get ulted in the face. And just like that, we're seeing a lot of very happy predictors in the chat, because this one is looking like it's very much Hill Road to take another killing spree. Deadly Bamboo. I mean, it's hard to compete with Poplord, but they've been trying pretty darn hard.
Yeah, I mean, it's so interesting. Before this fight, I was going to say, it is a 1-for-1, but how much of a 1-for-1 is it? Pop Lord is so much more useful than Korean Billy, but it looks like they are going to end the game here. Deadly Bamboo is completely like 1v5ing now, as we do have another bug. I can tell you again that the Nexus has exploded. They do end the game off this. The death time was at 25-20, 14 and 12. It's only the Z up, so it is a 2-0 for Hills Road. Going for the scaling both games. And them going really, really well.
Oh boy! I mean,
We are. Wow. What a performance from Hills Road. And what can I say more than I'm very happy to take everyone's points in the chat because I put up 6,000 points on Hills Road. I didn't doubt him once. I have so many puns I can make. We could say that some of the players on Hills Road's team popped off.
Very good. Well done. How long have you been working on that one for?
I used that one during the game.
Oh, I missed it. I'm sorry.
we have hardly. I guess to be fair, we can only use each joke once each, so I guess that's fair.
Fair. What a performance, Sati. Hills Road proving once again why they are the reigning champions. We were maybe doubting them a bit as they came into today, but a 2-0, I would say, really one-sided games. What do you think?
I have to agree with you. I think I undervalued the experience a little bit. I kind of was looking at their ranks in solo queue, and I was saying, maybe a bit underranked for the enemy team. But them showing that that they are the reigning champions. They were last year's champions. They have the experience from last year. I think they had a great game plan going towards the scaling, team fighting, stacking up those dragons, taking what they could take. I think that was really important. They fought for the dragons that they knew that they could fight for, and they knew that they could win. So a really smart team and a really good 2-0 from them today.
Exactly. And I have another one, boys.
Oh no.
My name is Vlad. We had a Vladimir on the server and they won. I'm just saying, like, I don't really believe in coincidences, Maybe it was meant to be.
Oh, as you're saying, the Blood Mage was based on you, is what you're inferring here.
Always.
I mean, certainly, I assume that you gave Deadly Bamboo some tips in that game because the Vladimir pick just completely shut Korean Billy out of the game entirely. Even if all that time was spent on 1v1, he ultimately didn't lead to anything. And we never saw Billy get to other lanes. Never saw them manage to get a snowball going in bot lane either.
Yeah, but looking out of all of the first two games, let's try to think about what was our standout player. Who would we think was the MVP? Would you think there's one guy that would outshine everyone else in the team, or maybe one MVP for map one MVP for the second map? What would you guys say? Sati, you first.
Well, I think we're both going to have the same thing. I think that the man with the maybe a slightly unfortunate name completely carried both games. You talk about maybe an MVP from 1 and 2, but I think he was the MVP from both in the whole series. I'll say his name, Poop Lord 879, absolutely smashing it. He was banned out with the Camille and the Volibear, but he still pulls out the Wukong in the second game and does just as well as he did on the Volibear in the first one.
Do you agree, Counterfeit?
I mean, it's hard to argue with those numbers. I mean, 9 kills in the first game, barely died at all. 11 kills in the second game, and again, barely died at all, despite being the player who was getting into the most fights. So I don't know if future teams just realize you shouldn't fight the Pop Lord. You just don't fight them. Just try and neutralize them in some way. I don't know if that's, by just choosing a very passive top laner or something, but if you get into those 1v1s...
It was indeed a stellar performance from what I've watched and understood of the games. I do believe Pop Lord was on his A game today. He brought it to the table and he outshone, like I said, like everyone on the server, I would say. And I'm actually so looking forward to see him perform tomorrow and the day after tomorrow in the semifinals, because Hills Road, so far the only team to get a 2-0 result thus far in the tournament. The other teams kind of struggled, lost one map, brought it back in. But Hills Road didn't need to go through any of that. They just came in, won in like really, really quick fashion, and yeah, they just took it home. Can they go all the way? Thinking about what we saw yesterday from the first two teams that made it to the semifinals, do you think can they make it all the way so far, Sadi? Just based on the previous performances.
Well, I mean, they definitely have a chance. I mean, you have to. I think the thing is, you have to show that you can win games. Playing well in lane is always important, but you have to show that you can snowball your advantage into other lanes. We saw him saving his TP, getting his bot lane ahead as well. So Pop Lord, even though he's been doing really well in lane, and Deadly Bamboo, kind of playing towards the scaling, this team shows that they can take the objectives. They have a game plan, and they can execute it and completely close out the game. So I mean, definitely. I mean, you have to win. Obviously, I mean that's really obvious, but that gives yourself a chance. If you're in the semi-finals, if Pop Lord played out of his mind, maybe the bot lane next time, because the bot laner who is called Mint Bloke, yeah. He wasn't particularly involved, but he didn't need to be. He definitely showed the proficiency on the Misfortune in that second game, but I don't think many people were looking at him. To be fair, I'm an experienced player, so I was watching out, but yeah, maybe he can step up and show on semifinals on Thursday.
And that's something scary to think about, Counterfeit. The fact that we might not have even seen Hills Road's final form yet, and they still played so well. Like, that's something really, really scary, and something that our winner of the next game, which will start in a few minutes, will have to look forward to. But like Sati said, what do you think, Counterfeit, about the fact that we haven't seen all the players pop off yet?
Well, I mean, yeah, we got a little bit of a taste of it in game number one. So you got, the Pop Lord will go off. That is almost guaranteed. Deadly Bamboo, in each case, has stepped up in the late game. And I think if somehow you can defeat Pop Lord in the top lane, if somehow you can defeat Deadly Bamboo in the mid lane, I still think the Mint Bloke, based on their positioning and things, is a really, really safe third threat from the team. So I think they've got a very, very good chance of making a very solid run through the tournament, maybe even taking the whole thing, just because they've got too many good players and too many good lanes. If your team isn't good in every single place, then you're not going to be able to measure up at all.
Exactly, I for sure agree, and I want to thank all of the players and both of the teams, both FCOT and Hills Road, for taking part of the first game of the day, and great performance from FCOT. Unfortunately, they will be leaving this show tournament we have this week, but their season will keep going. They're still in the top 2 of their group in their actual season, so maybe they can learn a lot from what happened today, and they can take it away for the remainder of the season that will start at the end of February. So huge thanks to them once again. As we now turn our heads towards the second game of the day, we have between the Heckmondwijk Hotshots and X-Call. What should we expect from that, Counterfeit? Do you have any intel on the teams?
Oh yeah, absolutely. We're not messing around here. The Hecky Hotshots, so their first place finishers from the Group 4 ahead of the NC Dodos. They've got, you saw some exciting top lane action in our first game. AKA Ninja. It's a Nasus main up in the top lane that will always get into a huge fight. So expect to see the same sort of thing there. Exeter College, they were the first place finisher in Group 3, ahead of the FCOT Legends we just saw losing out there. They've also got an incredibly aggro top laner. So, we're going to get to see the first game, but just amplified up 2 times over in our second best of 3 today.
We seem to be setting up for a fantastic top lane duel, Sati. And obviously, we had our second place teams facing each other, but now we're going to have the first place teams in the groups facing each other. So, the stakes are even higher. You wanna take that dub.
Yeah, and 100%. I mean, this is going to be a really big game, especially as they've already seen the other 2 teams play. But Hecky Hotshots, sorry, I cast them in 2020, and they showed that they were a really strong team. But what's really interesting is that Genre and Psych, both of them played earlier, but they're not playing their same roles today. Last time they were a bot lane duo. Today they're playing mid jungle. Maybe most people see it as another duo, but yeah, they showed a really strong performance. I think from the 4 teams that I saw, Hecky Hotshots were the team I was probably most looking forward to cast today, because they showed a really strong performance, and that was kind of burned into my mind. I haven't actually watched the VOD from when I cast, but I definitely remember them. So it'll be an interesting game from when they play.
So can you tell us more about so based on when you did cast them at the beginning of the winter season? Why do you think the change? Because you said they showed like an amazing performance on the previous role. So why did you think they made the change?
Well, I guess that's something I can't know for sure because these are school students. Maybe they have other commitments and things like that. Um,
Obviously.
but I mean, the bot lane of Genre and Psyche, they showed a really strong performance in the bot lane as a duo. And if they want to kind of move those into not more important roles, but probably roles that have more impact on the whole map, kind of transitioning them into a mid lane and a jungle duo. Will be able to do that and make sure they can affect the bot lane as well as the top lane, especially as Counterfeit has already spoke about, maybe a very volatile top lane matchup.
So speaking about the top matchup, that's what I wanted to ask you, Counterfeit. What characters, heroes select do you think we're gonna see for game one at least?
Well, as we mentioned, AK and Ninja, they are a Nasus, almost a one trick on them. So I don't think there's any way we see that get through the bans. But from the Exeter College's side, a Godslayer, who has an auspicious name if I've ever heard one,
I agree.
they've got actually a pretty wide pool of very, very strong top players. Wukong got Nasus themselves, Camille as well. I think there's a decent chance that we end up in the same situation as we did in the previous game, where we've got the top laner who's maybe not in the ideal situation for them, and Godslayer for Exeter College. They'll be able to pick exactly the right pick for any situation.
So it's more of a case of a versatility versus a one way trick, as you described it. That should be a very interesting matchup. What about the mid lane, Sati? Do you think we're gonna see anything out of the box, or do you think the teams will stick to their current meta?
I haven't got too much for Exeter's mid laner, but Genre in the mid lane has been, playing that Vladimir. I know that's one of your favorites. Maybe going towards the scaling as well, but kind of an outside the box pick. Maybe it's not too outside the box, but it's definitely fun. I think Cantovit himself would love to cast him a Kali. He's been playing that in solo queue. So I mean, I think I'd look to look towards these two champions from Genre, a very high mechanical champion player and a very high mechanical skilled champions.
For Exeter College's mid lane, stop any attempt. From what we've seen from them, they've actually been playing sort of switching between mid and support, but they're mostly seen on Yasuo as a pick. So we've got the potential there. As we said, we don't know as much about stop any attempts as we do about Genre, but something that is worth noting about Genre is that from the previous games we've seen them in, they do have these incredibly strong games, but I think we're seeing maybe some of what we saw in the previous game, which is someone who switched into mid lane. Sometimes, when they get to play like they're a bot lane and like they're, a major carry, they go off huge and take over the whole game. But in Genre's bad games, they go real bad. So that's a potential place for Exeter to try and put some pressure on.
Interesting analysis. One of the things that I noticed, and you guys can correct me if I'm wrong, obviously, especially the first game of the first matchup we had today, I was personally expecting a more like a higher kills game than what we got. I would say it's kind of started like not a bit slow, because obviously teams are running away with the advantage, but kills wise, teams were playing a bit scared. And I'm wondering, do you think that is maybe because they feel the pressure of playing in front of 2, 3, 4,000 people?
Yeah, I mean that was the first thing I thought of when you said that. I think these teams will know that they're playing on not on stage. Obviously, we'd love to be on stage or something, but they're on stream, and not that they don't want to make mistakes, but if they completely run it down, it kind of ruins the experience for their teammates as well. So I think that's the biggest reason. And I think it was kind of Hales Road that wanted to play scaling anyway in that first game, and it was kind of for I forgot their names already. I'm such a disaster. It was kind of for Epcot to try and snowball the games themselves, and so Hillscott were totally fine with the kind of not very much blood spilt in the early game. So but I agree. I think it's probably down to kind of knowing that they're on stream, and there is a little bit more pressure to when they're just playing in the normal tournament.
Right. Well, we're currently gonna throw it to a break, everyone, but we will be back in 5 to 10 minutes with the second game of the day between the Hot Shots and XL. We'll be back with our broadcast in a few minutes. Enjoy the break. Welcome back to the British Esports League of Legends All Star Showdown. We have already had 3 of our quarterfinals, and now we will be slowly looking towards our 4th and final quarterfinal of this tournament. Let's talk a bit about this fantastic tournament that British Esports is organizing this week. It's a tournament built to engage the best teams from the Championships Winter Split on Summoner's Rift. With featuring the top 2 teams from each group of the winter season, and we are seeing them fight out in a single elimination best of 3 tournament that will culminate on Friday with a best of 5 final. Yesterday, we had the first 2 quarterfinals between the East Norfolk and NC Dodos and the Conal Cyphers and AGSB Esports, with East Norfolk and Conal Cyphers taking the win in both reverse sweep wins with 2-1s and going to the semifinals the day after tomorrow. Because yes, you heard it right, tomorrow we will be having a break from the tournament from all the players to prepare for the semifinals, but we will still be live streaming at 4 p.m. an Overwatch show match. So if you're interested in Overwatch, we will be live tomorrow with an Overwatch show match, so don't miss that out. As for the fantastic League of Legends Showdown, we will be back on Thursday at the same time as today, 1 p.m., with the semifinals. The first semifinal, which will be, like I said, between the East Norfolk and the Conal Cyphers. But let's talk a bit about what happened today already. We had our 3rd quarterfinals between Hills Road and FCOT Legends, and Hills Road took it in a spectacular fashion with a 2-0 win over the FCOT Legends. And they have secured a place on Thursday for the 2nd semifinal of the tournament. But they need to be joined by someone else. They need to be joined by the Heckmond White Hotshots or Execall. In order to talk about the 4th and final quarterfinal, I want to invite my lovely casters, Counterfeit and Sutty, to see what they have to tell us about this match.
All right, so as we mentioned before, the Hot Shots, first place finisher from Group 4 against the first place finisher from Group 3, X College. We mentioned as well, yeah, we've got some extremely strong players in this second best of 3 here today, and I'm particularly looking forward to the top lane matchup, as I mentioned before.
Yeah, it could be a day of top laners, top lane domination. But yeah, this battle should be really interesting. You know, this is two teams that are finished first in their group respectively. So you know, as you said, these teams are used to winning, but one of them is not going to win today. You know that one of these teams is going home. So you know, their luck and their fortune is going to change today.
If you would be forced to bet all your channel points, Sati, who would you put them on in this game?
Well, all of my channel points. That's risky business, but probably Hecky Hot Shots. As I said, I cast them before. They kind of burnt into my mind as this super aggressive team. Obviously, they got slightly different players, but you know, with the bot lane pairing still there, hopefully they can show some of that same aggression. And you know, obviously for them, hopefully they're looking for a win today.
What about you, Counterfeit? All your channel points on the line. Would you go for the Hot Shots despite the player change, or you might be looking at Execall?
I went to Exeter College, so I'm 100% behind them. I mean, yeah, as I said, they've got a lot of players that should be attracting attention. You can even see some of the players from today's game actually spamming up the Twitch chat. But Godslayer, I mean, come on. What's in a name? It's a terrifying player for Exeter College up in the top lane. And they've also got, you know, we mentioned quickly, Stop Any Attempt Before in the mid lane, who's a massive, massive duelist player who'll be looking to start scraps every single time. So I think whoever wins, we're getting that with a ton of fights, and that's what I like.
That is exactly what I like as well, especially like we said before. The first game of the day kind of took a bit, it was a bit slow until we got the big team fights.
Well, I can quickly talk about this top lane matchup. Again, we love talking about top lane, but I wanted to talk about the name. You already put some emphasis on it, but you know, it was the top laner from the first game, Poop Lord. You know, playing the Volibear, which is, you know, in the lore a god, and we have Godslayer here for Exeter. Maybe the Exeter versus East Hills was supposed to be.
You think they're fated to meet? I mean, I'd love to see that happen. There is some other bits which I want to pick up on for Exeter College that we didn't get the chance to talk about before, though. Their bottom lane, the Real Facts matching, and I'm going to almost certainly get this name wrong. I'm doing my best. Oleide is my best guess how to say it. They're a decent support for Exeter College, but there's something special about them. You can measure certain metrics for each players to kind of compare them. Are they playing at the level? Are they playing above the level? Is there something about them that stands out? For Oleide, they're a silver player, but they have diamond level vision. Like they're absolutely all over the map. They not only have a ton of vision from their own wards, but they're also removing the opposing team's vision as well. So I think that's going to be definitely something to watch out for in this better 3. That if you can't see what's going on, then for the hot shots, I think they're going to be in major trouble.
One of the things we slowly touched upon right before we finished, actually right after we finished our first game of the day, was the playstyle change when you are playing on stream in front of so many people. So I'm wondering, do you think, because we obviously talked about some people playing a bit more reluctant while they're on stream, but on the contrary, there's a lot of teams and players that perform better when they're under pressure. And like you said, Sati, one of these teams has a bit more experience playing in front of a quote-unquote crowd, and that might be something that might play onto their advantage in this game.
Yeah, I think you're definitely right. Heckman White, they have it. They have the experience of playing on stage. I've done a good amount of the league streams, and I cast them once, and I don't remember casting Exeter College. So if there is that kind of factor that plays into playing in front of an audience, in whatever fashion today on Twitch. I think Heckman White, Keki Hotshots definitely have the advantage. They have the experience, even if it's one game. They understand, even if it's not pressure, they understand how it feels and how it may differ from their normal practice that they play, or even when they play 5-man flex queue, or they're even just playing solo queue. So they understand the difference of playing here on a stream or just playing normally.
Counterfeit, I'm looking at you. You said you are a graduate of Exeter College, so obviously I think you are the unofficial coach of the Exeter College. So let's say the entire team is watching you. Let's say the entire college is counting on you. The pressure is on your soldier. Give us a 25-second speech to motivate Exeter College for this upcoming game.
Oh, Exeter College. You've got the better players. You've got a Godslayer. You got Shy Cruel Pain in jungle, who is a Hecarim main and absolutely demolish games. You've got all the vision supremacy you could ask for in the world. You're going to take this game. You're going to take the Hecky hot shots. You're going to pour cold water on their chances. You're going to make them wish they were never born. I think this is going to be Exeter College's by a mile, and also a little statue of me afterwards in celebration.
So we have the prediction as well from Counterfeit. He's going for a 2-0 clean sweep. No deaths for Exeter College. Obviously, they will steamroll over the hot shots. What is your prediction, Sati, for this second game of the day?
I mean, I'm not 100% sure who will win, but I am for sure looking for a 3-1. We had a 2-0 in the first game, quite one-sided. So maybe a closer best of 3 with the 3-1. I'll probably lean towards Hecky Hot Shots. Obviously, I mean, I'm not from wherever Heckman White is. I'm not even sure. And I'm not from Exeter. So I don't have any real stakes in the game, but I'll go with Hecky Hot Shots. I'll go with a 3-1. As I said, I love to see a proper best of 3 with all 3 games played out.
So we are having a split panel right here. Let's touch a bit upon what we talked before the break about that top duel, because like you said, we've got 2 top laners that are on top of their game and that we're expecting to maybe decide the fate of the early game in this game. So Sati, do you want to tell us about the impact that a top laner can have on a League of Legends game?
Yeah, I mean, kind of macro-wise, the top lane is generally a 1v1, and kind of if the jungler goes towards a different lane, you're probably affecting more on the map. But the thing about that makes it 1v1, the 1v1 is so important, because if you're able to win out and you're able to play solo, get plates, or even get a TP advantage, that's a massive advantage for your team. If you have to push in your lane and you can move first, you can move towards fights in the river, and even towards that dragon. On this patch since 2020 League and 2021, the picking up the dragons early and kind of that being your win condition is so important. So that's generally why a top lane matchup is so important. And kind of you see them later in the draft to make sure you get a counter pick and you can kind of get lane push. So yeah, I think for me the biggest thing would be to kind of get that TP advantage. You know, we saw Pop Lord kind of TPing down to the bot lane and getting advantage in the previous game. It was a great example of that, and maybe one of these two top laners today can do it. Whether they're playing, you know, kind of even a split mode champion, if they come in that far ahead, they can have big impact. Or if they're playing something like the Gnar, I know one of our players today plays Gnar. I think that is AKA Ninja. You know, that's a massive team fight champion. If they're able to get that big Gnar ultimate into the wall, that could be a massive game changer.
But counterfeit, let's say we have, because we know we have two equally skilled top laners, or at least we're expecting them to be on a similar level. So let's say they go into a stalemate. What is the next player on the team, or the next laner on the team that we might be looking forward to having an impact on the game, considering the top lane might be so equally matched?
Yeah, I guess where the biggest thing leaps out for me in terms of difference between the two teams is Shy Cruel Pain for Exeter, their jungler. As I mentioned, they're a Hecarim main, but their other picks are nowhere near as strong. So if they do end up taking some of the bans, if you look on the other side for the hotshots, Sykes has a huge pool of extremely strong junglers. Lee Sin, Hecarim, Fiddlesticks, Olaf, and Kane. There's no way that they get banned out of the game at all. So I think that's something we'll be looking for in the pick and ban, is to see if there is a jungle focus with the bans for the hotshots, that could be a real problem for Exeter College.
So you believe that the importance in draft here the draft might be a very strong indicator of what game one holds for us here.
Oh, for sure. Down in the bottom lane, I think the Exeter College is somewhat more favored down there. Because Chatty, who's the bot laner for the hotshots, we haven't seen them on a ton of picks. They're very, very good on Kai'Sa, but once they're taken off of that main pick, they're not as impactful. They've got Ezreal, who's very safe, and Aphelios, who can eventually become a strong hitter. But I think it's the opposite situation from the jungle. I think Exeter could potentially send some bans down that way and get themselves a fairly major 2v2 advantage.
So, like we said before, we're looking at comfort picks versus versatility picks, which is a very interesting style mashup, I would say. And that's why everyone in the chat will be able to predict after the draft goes underway, and we will have all the champions select. So don't forget to spend your points, support the team you're looking for, be it Execol or the Hot Shots. Like I said, all the predictions will be settled after we have the champions select. We're currently waiting a bit for both teams and the server to be ready. So let's put it on pause as this is happening right now, and let's look forward. What we'll have after today's game. Let's say we have we know the first two semifinalists, the third semifinalist we saw today on stream. What matchup would you be most interested in seeing between Hills Road and one of these two teams? Which ones would you think would bring the most excitement to the stream on Thursday?
I think for me it would be Exeter College. I think even though I kind of predicted Hot Shots, I think this team probably has the most potential to be a really strong team. They have kind of really high ranked players, and they finished top in their group, so I'm expecting them to pull out a strong performance today. So I think for me probably Exeter College. They look to have some really strong players, and with the picks that we've kind of baked out from some of our scouting, I think that they could do some real damage against Hills Road.
We're looking at the bracket like we just mentioned. I mentioned in the opening of today's stream. We had the results from yesterday. Looking at it, we've seen East Norfolk College reverse sweep NC Dodos that took map 1. Something that happened twice yesterday. Why do you think our teams have choked a lead? Both teams choked a lead yesterday, boys.
Well, you mentioned before, the pressure of being in this competition, even while this is an opportunity to just kind of keep those, keep your team cohesion very strong coming into the resumption of the main season. I think once it comes into, into knockout stages like this, the pressure can really start to tell. And I think it's going to come down to a lot of these teams on how strong their support staff are, how well they can prepare them for this kind of pressure. And especially in this kind of best of 3 environment as well, to keep a team's focus when you go behind in this series, especially if that first game is disastrous, is incredibly important.
I think we are actually fortunate enough. I think the game is almost ready, so we will be slowly approaching the draft phase. We've already discussed about all the possibilities. We talked about the versatility of one team and the comfort picks of the other team. Do you think the team that maybe a bit less versatile could maybe run away with some of those comfort picks in the first game and maybe take game one before the more versatile team adapts and bans those champions in the second and third game?
Yeah, I think that's a really interesting point. I think kind of the team that's maybe a bit more versatile, that has more options in any of the lanes, probably has it's much more likely to be able to adapt into later games in the series. So, yep, that is a very great point, Vlad, as we move into the Champions League now. And here we go. Is it going to be as top lane dominated as the first game? We will see kind of fit.
I mean, I've made a promise here that it will be, so I really hope that I get to live up to that. But as I said, I think a lot of this is going to be swinging around the bans here, because as we were talking about before, with Exeter College on the left, on the blue side this game, there's a decent possibility that based off of these first set of bans, we see a very different game, as it's been all AD carry focused so far.
It has been, that Kai'Sa is, an extremely strong pick. We spoke about it before. If you weren't here, maybe you're here to watch these two teams. Kai'Sa can just do just about everything. She has really nice build pass at the moment as well. As we see the Seraphine again banned out from Exeter, who are on the blue side. The Vayne is banned out. I think it's Real Fax Machine, who is a massive Vayne one trick. It's not very surprising to see that banned away. The Wukong. Banned away from Godslayer. This is probably their main pick out of the three that they play, and it is the Hecarim that's banned away from Shy Cruel Pain. This guy is a Diamond 1 player, which we should probably speak about a little bit, because being high rank is good and all, but I think Diamond 1 is that is really quite impressive, and already this is only February into this ranked season, so it's very good from them.
Okay, so Fax Machine is going to get their pick locked in early. It's not quite a Kai'Sa, but if you squint pretty hard, you might be fooled when those rocket jumps come in.
Yeah, Kai'Sa's a really strong... Justana's a fantastic pick right now. She can go towards the press attack or the Halo Blades. I think I would prefer this as a mid lane Tristana. Bot lane Tristana is kind of much harder to play, especially if you're into like a long range matchup. As we do see the Ezreal actually picked up as the counter. I think this actually may be a problem for Tristana to kind of get leads on, because Ezreal is just so safe there in the bot lane.
Yeah, as mentioned before for Chatty, they've only got a relatively small pool of AD carries, so the Ezreal locked down early on, but the Ezreal is certainly their safe pick. But for Sykes, we mentioned before as potentially a major force here for the hot shots, getting that Kayn in early on. I mean, this is the pick they can use to take over the game.
Yeah, it certainly can be. I mean, it won't be in the early game. About this debate of is strong in the early game. I think it can be about both, as is actually answered by the Kha'Zix. And if you want to talk about dueling in the early game, especially 1v1, Kha'Zix is going to smash Kayn all day long. Whether Kayn wants to talk about Conqueror or Dark Harvest, Kha'Zix is going to just smash him with that isolated Q. And it's interesting to see that Shy Cruel Pain is picked up his Kha'Zix so early on in the draft. As they then pair it with the Victor. Victor, we talked about scaling in the 30 games. We saw it so much. Victor's a great scaling champion, does so much damage, can clear waves for 50 minutes if he needs to. To be honest, he loves it. As it's actually answered with a set. Obviously, this is a flex set, can be top and support. So it'll be interesting to see where that can go.
So something we have seen here is that Godslayer hasn't gotten their pick through as of yet, and they're getting a second round of bans towards them. So Wukong, Urgot, Nasus. Those are the three picks we've spotted out for them as being very strong. But we know that Nasus is a contested pick between the two top laners, and it's going to be the Heki getting the first pick in after these bans are done.
Yeah, we see the set picked up. Oh, and there you go. The Nasus is banned away. It's a banned away from Exeter actually, which is interesting. Probably maybe the least experienced Nasus player. But this could be AKA Ninja with the set. We're not 100% sure where that set's going, as the top laner is still needed for Godslayer. For me, I think Camille is like a really strong top player in the moment, and that is still open. So it'll be interesting to see, if Hotshots can take that on blue 4 here before Exeter gets a chance to pick it. So it'll be interesting to see if they pick that up here. but it's going to be the Ornn, maybe? Interesting for 20 seconds. And that would mean the set is actually going towards the support role. I mean, to be honest, the set could go towards the mid lane. I think that would be an interesting lane into the Victor. Probably just trying to clear the wave and kind of help the Kane, but it is going to be the Ornn. Very interesting.
Yeah, so we're not going to get to see that explosive top lane, which I've had hoped so very much for. But, I mean, for Exa, they decided to leave that pick off for as long as possible. I mean, maybe we see something that's able to punish the Ornn, but it seems like it's going to be tricky.
Yeah. I mean, Ornn is a really, really good champion and it scales really well, but it has counter matchups, and this is definitely one of them. Things like Mordekaiser, where it has the sustained damage and kind of heal up. I mean, Mordekaiser can kind of 2v1, especially into something like an Ornn. The only problem is that if you use your Mordekaiser ult onto the Ornn when he's using a W, your Mordekaiser ult won't go through. But I mean, that's A, is quite hard to time, and it's B, is it going to make that much of a difference? So it is interesting to see. They have given Godslayer that counter matchup, and I expect him to get pushed and kind of dominate that lane. This Nautilus is going to be paired with the Tristana, and it is going to be bot lane Tristana, as the Victor is answered with another mage, and it's the Orianna. So hot shots for sure. This is definitely a team fight comp. This is set in the bot lane. The Orianna, the Ornn, and the Kane. The Azure is going to be scaling. He can save, he can self peel. So definitely a team fight comp for them.
Yeah, I mean, we're always looking out for the really huge shockwaves. And of course, we've got the set there as a decent delivery system along with the Kane as well, really able to get into Exeter's lines. But you were calling out the Tristana as maybe being a mid pick. Instead, it ended up being the Victor. Why is it that Tristana is going to be generally easier to play in the mid or more successful in the mid than the bot?
Well, the problem with Tristana, especially in the early levels, if you're playing into a ranged matchup, you kind of have to all in on every level. Once you get your W, you have to all in. Otherwise, you're going to get outranged. You're going to get pushed into the tower, and it's a really, really not fun place to be. It kind of puts Tristana into this kind of scaling routine where she does scale with her passive. She gets more range, but that's not what Tristana wants to do. If you ever played Tristana, you know that she wants to go in. And the things with Tristana mid, especially if you run like Halo Blades, it can have some really strong matchups, especially into things like just into Twisted Fate or the Castin. We could have seen that in game one maybe if they wanted to put it out. But yeah, if you're playing Solo Queue into Castin, you're thinking, how am I gonna destroy this guy in lane? Tristana's maybe the one.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's a classic, callback to when Tristana was seen a lot more frequently. The whole team demanding that the rocket jump key be unbound from the keyboard to stop the Tristana player from flinging themselves into the opposing squad. But as we were talking about before, it does have shades of the Kaiser that you're able to, interpose yourself into a team fight whenever you please in a similar way that she does with her ultimate, the Killer Instinct.
Yeah, and the Tristana, I mean, if you're not Wing forward, you can use it to self-peel. It's probably not ideal, but she does have those kind of self-tool options. But even not even self-tool, Victor's not going to want to go in. You can kind of peel the Victor from the Kane or the Set or Ornn, whatever's on top. Because even though Tristana is going to be really strong, I think the Victor will be the kind of really strong late game carry. The Victor has been changed this season, so you get your evolutions when you damage enemy champions. So Victor can actually scale a little bit faster, so it'll be interesting to see. But I think for the side of Exeter, it's interesting to see that they have the Kha'Zix in the jungle, and their top mid are both AP champions. So this Kha'Zix is going to have a lot of fun, especially if he's playing on the top side, as hot shots are most likely not going to be itemizing towards any armor.
Yeah, we would really like to see what Shy Cruel Pain is capable of here against Sykes, as we mentioned, is a very, very strong part of their lineup. So, we talked about the team fighting that we've got so far in this game. For Exeter College, though, what are they looking to do overall in this first game of the best of three?
I mean, you're more than likely going to have to team fight. But if you don't want to do that, especially into things like the Orianna, that all can be, it's kind of non-committal engage with the Ornar and the Orianna as well. You can kind of find picks. Mordekaiser is a really strong side lane champion because you're either in a 1v1, or if someone tries to make it a 2v1, you ult them and you still make it a 2v. You still make it a 1v1. Sorry. So Mordekaiser can split push if he has that TP. He can stay on the side lane and kind of do damage there. But you can also find picks with the Kha'Zix. The Kha'Zix Nautilus got a strong combo. The Nautilus actually does quite a lot of AP damage, so again, you can't really like itemize towards it. So I think maybe find picks towards team fights, kind of push waves in with the Victor and the Tristana, and maybe look to side lane with the Mordekaiser.
All right. Well, we're just about to get into the first game of our second quarterfinals here today. So you've got a chance to get your predictions in. And of course, if you don't predict for Exeter College, then you're wrong. As we're just about to find out for ourselves. I'm really excited to see the Kazakhs. Not something we get to see a ton of, but so much potential to take over the whole game.
And very interestingly, it looks like your speech has got to the viewers as well, as there's 70% of people going towards Exeter this game. Very interesting. Hot shots with the it's hot shots with a team fight comp. We said that before. In the first two games, the team fight comp kind of won, even if it was more scaling team fight. But yeah, very interesting to see that everyone is going for Exeter. Very interesting.
I'm taking it from your tone of voice, Sati, that you're still not convinced yourself.
I think I would still go towards them. I think I'm going to go towards Exeter as well. Maybe your speech has inspired me. I think, but I can't. Maybe I don't know. Shaikul Payne. He's a diamond. This guy's and he's on Kazakhs. If this guy gets any kind of lead, I'm not sure if Ezreal's going to be playing this game. Is Orianna going to get to play this game? I don't know.
All right. I'm fully expecting to see a lot of explosive action from early on. We've had our taste of top lane mana. So as much as this time it feels like for AK Ninja, for the hotshots, they've managed to find a pick that at least has some relevance later on with those ornaments. Assuming that the 1v1 in the top lane doesn't go so well, I'm ready to see this bottom lane 2v2s. I want to see them really go wild.
Yeah, I actually think I cast a game earlier for British Esports where there was a Tristana, and we spoke about the Tristana. I expect them to get early game leads. The Tristana to be jumping in, trying to get kills early, especially paired with a Nautilus throwing out the hook onto the Ezreal if they're able to land it, or even the set, completely blow them up with. I mean, Tristana, I'm not sure if you're able to see it, but has the Halo Blades. That's a really strong early game rune. So if they're able to get early kills, that's the way to go for the bot lane.
All right, so let's get things started. Make sure your bets are in place. Make sure you get all those channel points, as we do have a strong push out here from Exeter College. They're making their way right into the Hot Shots jungle early on, and they might find AK Ninja. They're not going to spot them coming. This is at least surely going to get the flash, and it's going to be Fax Machine across the wall. First blood to Exeter College, and that's what you get when you mess with Exeter.
To the 70% out there are very happy that they predicted Exeter College. It's not just the first blood, but it's the first blood onto the Victor who gets the kill. Thankfully, AK Ninja did not use his flash. He'll still have that if there is anything towards the top lane. But it's not a good start. It is interesting to see that we've already seen 2 games today, but this is the first invade we've seen. I really, really like this from Exeter. People probably need to do this more. Are people going to be prepared for any kind of invade? So I really, really love this from Exeter.
All right, so it's going to result in a early Dark Seal and a stronger start for stop any attempt on the Victor in the mid lane. We'll keep an eye on how the matchup against genre goes, with that little bit of extra advantage, a little bit of extra ability power, a little bit of extra health to keep the good times rolling, and maybe, just maybe, some stacks as well. Yeah,
that Dark Seal is really nice to have, especially paired alongside the with the Dawn's Ring. I think the biggest thing is that it will just help Victor through the lane even more. Orianna is a strong laner. We can see that Orianna is running the Scorch, which is a very early game laning rune, and we talked about the scaling of this Victor. It's just going to get there even faster. So a really nice start. Sorry, for stop any attempt here on the Victor in the early game.
So genre, you can see they are getting pretty aggressive in the early game. We're keeping a close eye on where these junglers end up. They're calling out Shy Cruel Pain as a potential one, as we do have an immediate play on the Little Prince. They took a lot of damage. There is the rocket jump, pushing Little Prince out of lane. Their flash burned, while all the summoners for Exeter College's 2v2 bottom lane are still intact.
Yeah, this is Hot Shots not respecting the level 2. They obviously weren't looking at the mid. It's Tristana, Nautilus getting level 2 first. And these guys do so much damage. It's interesting to see that Nautilus was patient. He didn't use his Ignite on this engage. I think Tristana should try and look to bounce this wave, and they can fight when the wave is equal. when it's in a neutral state. But you know, they're allowed to do this because you know, Kane is on the top side of the map. Both junglers are path towards the top lane. I think Kane maybe to kind of help Ornn get through this this laning phase, as you know, you can see the Mordekaiser going the way of the trades. Even if you didn't look at there, you know, obviously Mordekaiser with the Conqueror and a W kind of out sustains the Ornn.
All right, so between the junglers, though, we do have maybe a move in from Shy on the Kha'Zix. Hopefully sooner rather than later. Genre still has their flash up and available to stop any attempt. We'll just get the old pass-through gank. However, for Sykes, they have got a much more fruitful-looking proposition here as Godslayer flashes away. That was impressive to get out of that one alive.
Yeah, very well done from Godslayer, kind of absorbing the pressure there in the top lane. As you know, he has to blow his flash, but you know, showing the proficiency there with his E to kind of drag them both away, and he flashes away. Really well done from him. And this is a big bomb for Kane. You know, Kane has now been double crabbed. Shaiko Payne, you know, you said he moved through that mid lane. The Tristana Nautilus had the pressure in the lane, allowed Shaiko Payne on the Kha'Zix to go through, get both crabs, and it's really important as there's a return gank.
Yeah, this time round, Godslayer has no escape vector. Will fall down to trade the kill back onto Sykes, who now starts to get some of those hints of promise that we were maybe anticipating coming into this one.
Yeah, as there's kind of this mage trading there in the middle. But yeah, I think this is a mistake here from Godslayer. Obviously, Kane is good at ganking top lane because of his E, because of that dark passage. But the kind of problem is that he didn't use his ward. You can can see it's still up. He had that for after he was ganked, and now he has to. You know, he gave a kill over to the Kane, and now he has to TP back to his wave.
So looking at the CS across the board, you mentioned before Shy able to sneak out and grab hold of those wrist scuttlers. Has managed to pull pretty far ahead of Sykes' farm right now to equalize the early kill.
Yeah, and I think what's happening here for Exeter is probably a good thing. Obviously, they had the early kill. Obviously, you know, there was a kill traded back, but all of their champions are really strong on level 6. Nautilus hits level 6. He's loving life. Kind of when Victor hits level 6, he'll have his he's most likely his E evolution, and that R will give a lot of damage. Mordekaiser, when he hits level 6, this is probably the most important thing. That, you know, if Kane is trying to pull that same trick and going towards that top lane, he'll have that ult. It'll be really hard as there's a ganker in the mid lane.
Stopping the attempt, nice use of the stun though to keep Sykes at bay as Shy Cruel Pain comes in for the long range counter gank. Actually going to follow into the jungle, looking for that isolation damage. It's going to be an exchange of flashes from the two junglers, but no kill.
Yeah, I think Stop Any Attempt's doing a really good job here to absorb the pressure. Obviously, you know, if Kane's able to get on top of him, that'll be, you know, a big bomb. But it's Kane here, who's probably weaker in the early game, now has no flash. As Nautilus, not sure about that hook, but they go in.
Yeah, Little Prince is in a lot of trouble. Has got the shield for a second, but Fax Machine, it locks the kill down anyway. Has got the pickaxe for maximum damage. And this two-player combo they've got here, get the dredge line in, follow up with the rocket jump. Feels like it's making the 2v2 exceptionally dangerous for Chatty.
Yeah, I mean, this Nautilus is really good in kind of lane. And for me, this is what you have to do in the Tristana lane. You have to go in, otherwise your champion is just not going to be useless, but you're going to get outscaled by someone like an Ezreal that just has so much mobility. Obviously, Kane is going down towards the bot lane now as level 6, level 5 in the top lane, so nice trading.
Yeah, we do know the Realm of Death is available, but not going to be cashed in this time. aka Ninja surviving under the towers. The Drake is started up by Exeter College. They have got that push on. They've got themselves stopping the attempt on the Victor as well, so should be just the formality.
Yeah, the push in the mid lane. Oh, as they're just on it.
What? Fax Machine, what are you doing? It's only a level 4 Little Prince, so an opportunity knocking there though. Didn't end up stealing the flash on the end, but Mountain Drake has been picked up, so a little bit more defensive stats across the board.
Yeah, I mean, that was a little bit dangerous from Fax Machine. I mean, I'm sure they knew that Kane was on bot side, but kind of jumping in there with no vision was crazy. But yes, the first dragon goes towards Exeter. You with your channel points will will love that Exeter are kind of got those early dragons they'll be looking to skill. But you know, this comes from the push in the mid lane and the push in the bot lane. This bot lane, the Tristana the Nautilus, has so much pressure, has so much kill pressure, and means that Kha'Zix can kind of go towards it as early as he can. You know, this was picked up like 7:30 or something, and able to kind of quickly snowball out of control. We are now 8 minutes into the game. That means that the as the ult comes out, no ignite. But you know, some of the trading there, as there's more trading in the top lane.
Nice evade, as it looks like stopping the attempts being actually driven out of lane into jungle, but they were going to have a friend. Shy Crew Pain comes in, and more Trespass will buy some time as the shockwave goes wide from Genre. Double flash from the mid lane is to try and keep away from the junglers, but it's Exeter's jungler who comes out ahead, and Godslayer's on the way to try and close the jaws. Locked in the realm of death with the Godslayer. That's not a great way to spend your Sunday, as Sykes does come out just in time to get murdered.
Yeah, I mean, this has pressure from the mid lane and the top lane. This is lane. Maybe jungle is just this easy. But it's Kha'Zix picking up 2 kills there. I think just the 2 kills maybe. But yeah, I'm not sure if the Ornn maybe died in the top lane. I think I might have missed that. But yes, it's the Victor with 1-0-1 now, scaling up as another hook lands here in the bot lane. Tristana goes in.
They've done it so many times before. Nice double knock up there. Little Prince doesn't have the shield anymore. It's going to go under the tower. Fax Machine is making use, but Chatty is going to be caught out here.
Flash.
Chatty going to be across the wall, using the flash to heal. Nice evade there. The stun onto the Ezreal. Chatty locked in place. Genre is there, and there's no corresponding Victor. It's going to be very close with the last bit of damage, but Genre picks up their first kill, and the True Shot Barrage for the shutdown as well.
This is Fax Machine just going too deep. That kill onto the set was not worth it. 2 kills, one of them onto the Ezreal and one of them onto the Orianna. This does swing the gold a little bit back to equal, even though there's still an advantage here for Exeter. But yes, you know, you spoke about it, the W, maybe they should unbind it, who knows. Going under the tower, it's not worth it. It's a level 4 set. I mean, we should probably talk about that, to be fair, because, you know, Nautilus on that trade had level 6, and the set was still only level 4. As here is Shy Crew Pain on the Kha'Zix in the top lane, probably looking to drop that Herald, especially before the 14-minute mark, trying to get some of those extra plates.
Yeah, and I think some of that for Little Prince, those early missing levels down to being killed twice already, has been forced for the boots, as Genre gets a shockwave and earns themselves a flash. Doesn't fall down there, but it was a close thing.
Dragon in 137. That will be the next team to play for. Mordekaiser will have the TP for that, as there is a Herald dropped in the mid lane. This is really great for the Victor, getting ahead with those plates, getting ahead in gold and XP level 9 towards the level 8 of the Orianna.
And Genre's nowhere nearby as well, so this means the first tower, I think it's actually going to go down almost its entirety. That would be a huge goal pickup for a team Exeter College, who are already ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I think they are going towards all 5 plates here at 11 minutes, as there is a play in the top lane.
Yeah, Godslayer will take the pressure. There's a Realm of Death, as you mentioned before. 1v2 prowess, as reinforcements from Shy Crew Pain's Kha'Zix are coming in. The Realm of Death buys enough time for Godslayer to stay alive. And the flash back in. Godslayer's not done with this 1v2. Because Shy is coming across the wall, almost gets a shot, but the damage is just a little too little.
Yeah, he uses the flash, but they aren't able to get anything. Maybe they will dive the Ornn on this wave. This will be a really big pickup.
AKA Ninja in a world of trouble. Godslayer will have to back out when they take the tower aggro, but the rest of the squad picking up as Shy plays a little close to the mark there, but still gets the kill.
I am extremely impressed with this Exeter team, by the way. As you know, Genre is trying to trade back, use the ultimate. He may even just give up another kill, but this macro is absolutely lovely, by the way. As he picks up another kill, this Victor is out of this world. He is so far ahead. What happened there? I know you might not have seen it, because we were looking at this top lane play. but there were no minions missed on the map. Justana and Nautilus roamed up through the river, and they picked up the mid wave as Victor and Kha'Zix moved towards the top lane. This macro is completely beautiful. If I was a coach, I would be like so happy right now, as they make two kills on the top lane. I think the Kayn survived, but the Orianna and the Ornn both go down, and lovely macro from the bot lane to kind of not lose any waves. So many plates picked up here. It's the Victor already has that Ludens. He has 5 stacks on the Dark Seal. So I mean, it's a great start here for Exeter. That Cloud Dragon has now spawned. That's the second dragon of the game, and I expect them to set up and go towards that as soon as possible. Especially as Godslayer still has that TP, and he'll either push out his wave and stop Ornn TPing down for the team fight, or just TP down himself.
Yeah, okay, Ninja. So far, has managed to has managed not to die anywhere near as often as we saw in the top lane of the previous time round, but has fallen pretty far behind the CS. It's looking like we're going to be seeing Stop Any Attempt chasing it down to the bottom lane, trying to make sure that the hot shots don't get any presence around this second Drake, the Cloud Drake. There are some surrounding members of the hot shots in the jungle, though, but it doesn't seem like ultimately they're going to try and go for the straight 4v4.
Yeah, this is a really nice setup from Exeter. They move as 4 to get vision together. They have 2 sweepers. Nautilus uses his. They sweep out all their vision. They have a pink on the actual dragon, and they take it completely cleanly. Hotshots aren't able to get anywhere near it. And this is looking like a really, really clean game from Exeter. I think the next thing for them will be this second Herald. And Kha'Zix clearing towards his top side right now. He will be on the top side for that Herald spawn, as they may be looking for a diver in the top lane, 3v2 in the bot lane.
Yeah, curious to see that for Exeter, looks like they're swarming around the bottom side. The little prince will sense trouble a coming. There is a low health tower here, and of course Tristana with the ability to knock towers down, given even the smallest of opportunities.
Yeah, it's interesting to see that it looks like the Ezreal's kind of gone towards the. It's going to be a 2v2 in the top lane.
Yeah, Godslayer in a bit of trouble here, but in comes Shy Cruel. It's going to be a trade of kills across, or is it? No! Godslayer goes into the realm of death, which means they avoid getting caught by the True Shot Barrage down the bottom side. Nice shockwave for 2, but it's still going to be a kill anyway. Fax Machine is joining this century because they are tearing things up. The Kraken Slayer gets the job done. Exeter are going absolutely wild. It's only 15 minutes in and already nearly 7k ahead.
This is 2v2s on both sides of the map. Exeter win them both, and whilst in the meantime, Stop Any Attempt is pushing down the mid lane. You guys get kills, I'm going to end the game mid. A really strong 2v2 on both sides. Mordekaiser, who went down to like 5% HP. I think it could have even been like 2% HP. He was so low, but he uses the ult. He heals off the Ornn. He has that Rift Maker now. He heals so much, and he does he does like true damage. So this Mordekaiser and the Kha'Zix, the Victor. The whole team just started. They're so far ahead in this game. We're just looking for them to snowball this game cleanly, pick up this Rift Tower, which I think Kha'Zix is doing, right now, and they just need to like push towers and snowball the dragons, and they can just snowball this game out of control, and this could be a clean 1-0 up, and see what they can do in the rest of the series.
It is seeming like pretty much a done deal here. Godslayer attracting so much attention up on the top side, but still frustrating Hecky hotshots in terms of building a significant lead up there. It's so early in the game for the gold lead to be this far ahead, and we're a long way away from the Ornn promise, those ornaments, that late game, extra stats, stronger items, right now doing nothing for the squad.
Yeah, a good thing for the hotshots is that Kayn now has hit. He got it off that top lane fight. He didn't actually have it when they were fighting, unfortunately for them. But he does have that red upgrade. He has that Rast upgrade. Interesting to see that we've actually seen 2 Kanes today, as we see the Justana kind of pushing here in the mid lane.
Shy goes in across the wall. Fax Machine goes off, flashes into the base with a double kill. What an absolute beast! It's still not done. The shield is good. That's a shutdown onto the Kha'Zix. But keep your eye on the Tristana as they're hopping through the pipe. Don't quite manage to get the reset on that one. And it's a pile of bodies as Ninja goes in. Fax Machine picks up kill number 6. And for Exeter College, they at least surely get the inhibitor here.
Yeah, they do get the inhibitor, but there is a bit of an overstep for playing, because I really think they could have ended the in the Kha'Zix's inventory, he has that Rift Herald, and they had the TP from the Mordekaiser, so they could have ended the game there. A bit of an overstep. It looks like they're having fun. They are very, very far ahead in this game. Whilst that play was happening, Mordekaiser was taking a tower in the top lane. But I expect, once Kha'Zix is back on the map, he will look to kind of go towards this dragon, pick up the third dragon. It's an ocean dragon as well. Imagine this Mordekaiser who is already so strong with this ocean dragon.
Oh boy, yeah, I mean, it's proven incredibly difficult to take down Mordekaiser at the best of times, but these are not the best of times for the hot shots. I did see a lot of you guys in the chat coming out to support your team, so they need it more than ever right now. 10k at 18 minutes in advantage is Exeter College. Looking absolutely fantastic. A perfect game so far for stop any attempt on the Vladimir. And Fax Machine, well, we know they would never make it through the whole game without at least taking one death.
Yeah, I mean, he's shown that he is not ready. I mean, you said it, he literally flashed into the base. He is, as this dragon will be spawning in 5 seconds. They already have the setup there on the bot side of the map. Mordekaiser's even coming down to make sure they get this. Take it as fast as they can. And, we may even see like a 20-minute Baron this game. They really are that far ahead. It's not even just in the gold or in the items. It's the dragons. It's it's everything. They got plates. I think even their champions just scale better. I mean, the Victor scales out of this world. So maybe they get a pick on the bot lane as well. Well, this could be the end.
Herald's being dropped down. The Herald of the Apocalypse. As Little Prince goes in, drops the ult just to try and buy themselves a little bit of time. And of course, Fax Machine comes charging in, takes a bunch of tower shots while they're doing it. The inhibitor tower is down the mid, but the inhibitor itself is not. Shockwave will buy some space. And Chatty almost gets away with the ult, stopping the attempt, gets a kill round the side. He's shy with the isolation damage. There's the stun onto the Ornn. Exeter College just rip, tear, and throw them in the bin. The hot shots get shut out of the game almost. Only 4 kills to 19. The gold lead is ludicrous. These inhibitors are gone. A Little Prince can only stand by the Nexus towers and watch it happen.
Yeah, I think we'd like to see them trying to end the game here. They both in here, and then they're just gonna base and go for a completely clean game. I think this is maybe slightly overkill. Maybe they're having fun. They don't want to end it. But yeah, I think it looks like they're gonna go for Baron or maybe even triple inhib. And this is going to be too much to deal with. I would say, for the hot shots though, this is weirdly kind of the way that you get back into the game. If the enemy team is taking too long to close out the game, and they take these inhibs, with the waves coming towards you all the time, you constantly get to farm these mini waves, and you can kind of catch up in items. But I think against the Baron, it may just be a little bit too much. I think I may be stretching a little bit because if they take this Baron, they reset, they go to the top wave. This game will be done and dusted.
Alright, so that's a bunch more gold into the inventories. Note, to stop any attempt, the 18 stack Magi's already, they are going absolutely crazy. Of course, we know it is the most cursed of items. Tempting fate, spitting in the face of probability, but so far, stop any attempt has yet to die at all. So if anyone is worthy to carry such a heavy burden, it's certainly them. Double inhibs being down, which means that if we're going to go for a completely clean game from Exeter, they've got one more inhibitor to go, which they're going to use that Baron buff to gain access to. So that extra range, extra damage on the cannon minion makes this one very, very hard to defend. That's one more tower down, 8 towers to 0, up above 43k. Sutty, seems to be the final days here in game 1.
Yeah, it does. They have this top push, and even Mordekaiser's barring up the super minions in the bot wave. I think if they don't answer the Mordekaiser, he'll just end the game in the game himself, as they're kind of fighting for this top inhib. And once this goes down, once the double super minions are there, it really will be all hero for the hot shots. Only for game 1 though, because this is a series. Shark Bane saying.
Exeter, they're representing a particular style of play here, and that's flash into your opposing base to get a kill. I mean, if it works, it works, but for right now, Exeter, they are just having the time of their lives, locked into the death realm as AK Ninja. I think the entire team is going to feel like they've been locked in this game. It's a crushing victory game one of this best of three for the hot shots. I don't even know what they're thinking right now, but this has been short and nasty.
And what a fantastic game one we've had from Execol. 23-4 in under 23 minutes. They got a kill before the game, the minions even spawned. Unbelievable performance from Execol. I think the hot shots weren't looking so hot that game, were they?
No, I think you're right. This was a really, really brilliant, really brilliant game from Exeter, and it's a completely deserved win because they didn't just play completely early game champions. They didn't just play just for lanes. You know, they had all of the bases covered. They were taking towers. They were taking objectives. And I talked about some of the macro. Some of their macro was really, really fantastic. So, you know, they've shown that they have some fantastic proficiency on the champions, some lovely team play, some lovely macro, and they completely demolished this game. Hotshots really need to reset their mental after a completely, you know, a massive stomp like that. You know, this is a best of three for a reason. You know, they still have a chance in this series. So hopefully they can reset and not show a better performance, but maybe find a better draft and, you know, kind of make the game a bit closer.
Counterfeit, would you obviously you were supporting the X-Call coming to this, you must be feeling fantastic. Your speech was over the top. That's probably what granted them the win. But besides all that, would you say we saw a bit of an outdraft as well?
I think it was, you know, it was tricky. I think the thing that really stood out for me, and I think, you know, we did have our concerns about it, but you know, we knew that the Kaiser was going to get banned. That was almost an inevitability. But for Fax Machine going onto the Tristana and showing that it can perform in a very similar fashion, I think we're seeing some of the depth there for Exeter College that, you know, they were willing to let Godslayer be banned out heavily. They were willing to let Fax Machine be banned out heavily. I think this is giving them the big draft advantage of showing that even if a lot of their key players are getting focus banned, it's not going to matter. And I think that's part of what's going to need to change for game number 2.
More than that, we saw chat, the predictions in chat after the draft were like so one-sided. I think 70% in the favor of Execol, and you know, a lot of people, happy people with a lot of Twitch chat points after that game 1. But what do we need to see? Because yeah, okay, they need to wake up. Obviously, the hotshots didn't really feel it just yet. You know, maybe they're still getting warmed up, and hopefully they did get warmed up in that game. Because they need to make some space, they need to breathe. But how can they do that and maybe, you know, bring it back to map 3, Sati?
For me, they need to find some better matchups in the draft. I mean, that Tristana into the Ezreal, the Tristana always wants to go in, and the Ezreal always wants to go back. That means that there's only one way that wave is pushing constantly. That wave is pushing always into the tower. They'll always have lane advantage, which just makes Shaiko Payne's life so easy as a jungler. You know, you can really do what you want. You can, you know that game he took both crabs. I think that maybe kind of started off. You know, it wasn't the reason they lost the game, but you know, it just kind of set up for, you know, how the game was going to go. Shaiko Payne just dominating the whole map, just flashing onto the enemy jungler just because he had lane pressure in top, mid, and bot. So if they're able to find better matchups, maybe at least one winning lane where they can play around, where Sight can start to play around, I think that's definitely something they need to change for the second game in the draft.
I want to ask, starting with you, Counterfeit, who would you say was the standout player in the game 1? But I know it's hard to choose because everyone played so well for the Execol. But like, if you would have to see, you know, that one player did that thing that impressed you.
I think if I can cheat the question slightly, I think Fax Machine on Tristan. I mean, we're looking at a game where we had, you know, 7, 6, and 7 kills on the jungle, mid, and bottom lane. So yeah, in terms of actual straight performance, I think, you know, they were amazing. But I think as far as the 2v2 power, I think for Fax Machine, I think for that for me edges it out for them, just because the 2v2 was so brutal down the bottom lane. I wouldn't be at all surprised to see some pretty major changes in approach down there, because you can't have that kind of lane, as Sati was saying. You just can't have that sort of thing happening where the play was being made. You know, putting the crowd control from the Northless, bring in the Tristana for the damage, you get the kill, and the enemy AD carries left standing there doing nothing. We know that, you know, Exeter, they can also bring the Morgana out in the bottom lane and achieve a very similar thing. So I don't think it's necessarily going to be bans. that the Hotshots need to be bringing here. I think they need to be bringing a different approach to the game entirely.
And what would that approach be for you, Sati? And Counterfeit kind of told us who think he's shining duo was in that game one. What about for you?
I mean, I already spoke about it, and it's interesting the fact that your MVP for that game was Fax Machine. I think mine would be Oleid, or I mean, again, I'm not so sure how to pronounce the name, but he was not afraid to throw out those hooks, Nautilus hooks, constantly in the lane, and he was kind of setting up Fax Machine. But also, kind of, I spoke about that kind of macro play into the mid lane. I'd be interested to know like who called that kind of thing, because if that's from the support, that's very high level play, and shows that they play a lot as a team. And I mean, the interesting thing about it is we picked out both parts of the bot lane. So I mean, for Hotshots, they need to find some kind of strong bot lane, whether that's even something like a Lucian. This champion is widely known as a really strong laner, really strong early game champion. So if they have to bring out something like that, and they can play into the Tristana or the Kalista. The Kalista's actually quite a good matchup into the Tristana. So something like that. So just making sure that their bot lane is not getting completely smashed. That would definitely help.
So we're talking about what champions they could pick, but what about maybe a change in their bans? Considering they saw some of the champions that Execol is shining on, do you think we're gonna see some changes there, or do you think they're gonna stick it to the previous bans?
I think it's hard to ban out from that game. I think you kind of still have to ban out the Kaiser, and I think there's a Vayne ban on the other side. But this was the problem with having we spoke a lot about Exeter being such a versatile team. They play so many champions. It's so hard to ban this team out. If you have to spend 2 bans on the Kaiser and Tristana, what you leaving it for Godslayer. His Wukong had to be banned this game, and he still pulled that performance like that on the Mordekaiser. I mean, stop any attempt in the mid lane. He played Victor this game. There's like 4 champions that have the same playstyle as Victor. If he just pulls out another mage, he'll be chilling in the mid lane. So, I mean, I don't know. I don't envy the side of Hotshots, I don't think.
It's not looking too hot for the Hotshots, but maybe they can warm up and bring this back. But I must say, Execol looked impressive, dominating. Like probably, is it safe to say that was the most dominating performance we've seen this week so far?
For me, I think so. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I mean, I think it's hard to beat those kind of numbers. It's just ludicrous. There were 4 deaths total across the team for Exeter College when they were rocking, like ridiculous numbers. Just to touch back on what was being discussed before, though they actually ended up dying a ton in that last game, I actually quite like what we're seeing from Sykes, the jungler, in that game. It felt like, even though the game itself was wildly out of control, what they were doing with trying to make plays themselves, it felt like they were headed in the right direction, and maybe it was just a less volatile environment. They can achieve a lot more in game 2.
Did it feel like at some points Hotshots was playing a bit under pressure, like they felt like the game was slipping out of their hands and they were making more mistakes in the attempt of bringing the game back? So maybe that's something they should look at for the second game. Maybe not be so panicked if they lose 1 or 2 lanes early on. Maybe just don't panic, stick to the game plan, don't make even more mistakes, and don't run. Don't let Exeter College run with the game and with the advantages. Because I saw a lot of things that I wasn't expecting from the Hotshots. They are one of the top seeds in our season, in our groups, and they played. They played a bit scared at some points, I would say. Would you agree, Sati?
I think so, but I think they should have been scared. I mean, Exeter was so strong. They had so many items, and the problem was they were constantly walking into fog of war. They had no vision, and this was just good that Exeter was setting up their vision so well. You had to have the set who walk in first. He was kind of like the only tanky champion, but he was about 3 levels behind. So I think the way to play it is, until the enemy team has 3 dragons, you have to just play cross map. If they're taking the dragon in the bot lane, you have to take control of your topside jungle. Make sure your jungle is taking, their raptors and the Krugs, and maybe even trying to invade into the enemy topside jungle, take away the wolves and the gromp, just to get anything back. Because until that 4th dragon, you can kind of get away a little bit with giving away those drakes, especially if the enemy team has such good vision control, and kind of fight when you have a little bit more power. on your carries like the Ezreal and the Orianna. If they were able to get to 1.5, 2 items, maybe they could have done something. I think that was maybe the only option they had that game. So yeah, it's an interesting point, and something that they could definitely look on for the second game.
But let's wait no more. Let's go into the second game. Let's see if the Hotshots are going to manage to bring this one back and take it to a game 3. The draft is underway, so Counterfeit, Sati, take it away.
All right, so this will potentially be the last game of the All Star Showdown today. Looking for a place against Hills Road are these two teams. Right, in the first game, and for anyone who's just tuning in, Exeter College with a crushing victory, of course! That's as it should be. Definitely not biased in the slightest. But for the Hotshots, this draft is everything. They're going to need to make some big changes. Let's see if they can.
Yeah, I mean, we spoke about it though. It is really going to be hard. I think that they could, completely change up their draft. It's interesting to see that Vayne gone, has to be gone. A fax machine, his performance on the Tristana was fantastic, but this guy's Vayne is like his most played in solo queue by far. A bit of a Vayne one trick as the Kha'Zix is banned away as well. It looks like stop any attempt is really strong on those AP mages. So banning away those AD junglers is a nice way to go. It'll be interesting to see if they do take away the Tristana, and then they can look to first pick the Kai'Sa because they are on blue side here. Hotshots trying to look for a strong first pick.
Alright, so there we go. The Hecarim being taken away as well, as mentioned. Pretty universally regarded very highly, especially these particular players. Shy Cruel Pain, as we saw before, though, has that deep pool of effective junglers. So 2 are given across to them. See if it makes a difference. Kai'Sa inevitably will be banned away.
Yeah, the Kai'Sa is gone. I feel like they were looking for that, as they do lock in the Senna. This is very interesting. Not a terrible laner. I think the biggest problem with Senna is sometimes if you're not playing with your not playing with your support, as the Teemo is locked in. This will be interesting. The Senna is a strong AD, but I also realized it could be played support. That is a very strong lane as a support. Maybe they even play fasting Senna if they've practiced something like that with a kind of melee carry there in the bot lane. As it looks like Exeter are definitely feeling themselves and locking in the blind Zed and the blind Teemo. This is very, very interesting.
Oh my gosh. We'll have to wait any kind of confirmation if there is any kind of placeholder in place here, but I wouldn't put it past Exeter College to actually bring the team out to the field. Certainly can be extremely frustrating to play against. We did see the Zed in our first series here today, but we're going to be seeing something new. The Fiddlesticks for Sykes. And if we do this locked in, maybe a second new pick. The Pyke, this is huge.
Oh my god, look at this game. This draft's going really fast. There are lots of super fun champions in this game. Pyke, Zed, Yasuo, this is like great fun. Teemo. I mean, Exeter must feel like they're completely like feeling themselves. They have that advantage in the series. But let's hope they're not getting ahead of themselves here, because they are only 1-0 up in this series. They do need to close out, get that second win as they go towards some interesting picks here. I think this must be Yasuo in the bot lane, Zed mid, Teemo top. That's kind of what I've got at the moment. It'd be interesting to see quite kind of where they line up. Yeah, very, very interesting.
Well, the reason I was particularly excited to see the Pyke coming in is because this is Little Prince's one trick. They've had games on the Pyke where they've gotten 20 kills in a game. So if Exeter are are feeling overconfident here, if they're taking it easy for game number 2, I think they may be in for a bit of a rude awakening if Little Prince does get to go off.
Yeah, I think that would be interesting. This Pyke can get you a lot of gold, so they'll definitely be looking towards the player to play towards that. I think it's interesting that the Rengar gets banned out. I think surely the jungler that comes out has to be an AP champion, even if it's something like the Evelyn, which kind of fits their theme with what they're going with at the moment. And the Nautilus is also very interesting, kind of banning away some of the knockups that can be paired with the Yasuo. Maybe this is a Malphite or something. Who knows what kind of team comp they're going for? But I expect an AP jungler coming out here, or maybe even a support. Whether that's the Gragas or something. Gragas is a really fantastic champion right now. No, it's the Warwick. I mean, how am I supposed to predict this draft, man?
I mean, I feel like they're really doing Exeter proud here with this draft. This is truly something spectacular. I can just hear the pain in your voice, and honestly, that's just nectar to my ears.
I'm supposed to sound really smart or something, is what I'm told, but you know, Exeter are doing everything in their to try and stop me. I do think that Hotshots are, to be honest, are putting together a really nice draft. I mean, this Nala towards the top lane, the Malphite hover is really interesting. I'm not so sure where that would be going. Yeah, it'd be Malphite mid, I guess, into the Z. It would be kind of a neutralizing that mid lane matchup. As the Vladimir is back, very
boy. Well, we've seen
Waxman
already.
would be very happy.
The Vladimir just insanely good against the Zed for neutralizing a ton of the power, and yeah, that scaling ability. As we might actually see our good friend, and I think Olide on support back on their main, which is the Morgana. So both supports on the mains, both of them with a chance to take over or at least shape the game pretty heavily for game 2.
Yeah, I think Exeter definitely showed. So in the first game, Exeter showed their proficiency on the champions they were playing and in their macro. This team they're playing is crazy skill cap champions. But the side of Hotshots, they have an actual team comp. I'm going to say it. They have real champions that do things together in a team fight. So I will definitely be going towards the Hotshots for this game if you want to put your Jenna points. But you know, after that performance, Exeter kind of trying to prove themselves. Trying to prove themselves on all these champions.
Yeah, I mean, I have to say I've never seen this one before. Let's see. Okay, so we have got, yes, with that we've got the final confirmation that these are the picks that will be going into the game. So we've got Fax Machine, a pretty different pick for game number 2. It's not a Kaiser Light Tristana. It's an incredibly immobile Teemo instead.
At least we won't have to be worrying. They won't have to worry about him jumping in, diving under towers. I mean, maybe he is flashing under towers of Teemo. I wouldn't put it past him after that game 1. He's definitely enjoying himself. But I mean, is this? I mean, I'm not so sure too far. Is this a Teemo Morgana bot lane? You know, Fax Machine we think is the bot laner, so a Teemo Morgana is very interesting. I think the problem with their team comp, I mean, I'm not sure if I should be analyzing it. Fun.
Give it a try. Give it a try. You never know.
Is that there are very little knockups for this Yasuo. I mean, this is
True.
kind of a big problem. It will be very solo for Yasuo to try and kind of stack up that queue onto champions, onto monsters or minis beforehand, and before they need to set up any kind of play. So I mean, I think I'll be looking maybe like we're going towards a game 3 here. I'm not sure. Let's see what Exeter can pull out. But after that game 1 performance, as I said, you know, they are looking like they're on fire.
I mean, certainly from my experience with teams from Exeter before in other tournaments, this is kind of the attitude that's taken a lot of the time. I can see that, you know, hasn't necessarily gone over well with all you guys to see Exeter take this approach towards the next game. But hey, if nothing else, it means that you're right, Sadly, we probably will see that 3rd game series. Of course, maybe Exeter looking to send a message to the rest of the competition that it doesn't matter what we play, we'll still win anyway.
Yeah, I think it's interesting to see that Exeter are going towards, you know, let's be honest, a much more fun team. You know, we've definitely painted this as a very high stakes tournament, and it is. You know, these teams are definitely playing to win. There's no doubt about that. But you know, people are still having fun. This is still League of Legends. In current times, it's great to see these people still enjoying themselves with their friends. So it's interesting to see this from Exeter. Definitely, fun is definitely the word for this team.
Well, it's also worth noting that all of our teams which are taking part in the All Star Showdown, they're all going to end up in the same division coming up into the main actual season. So, if Exeter managed to get inside their heads here, you know, while this may not be a game that's kind of, you know, it's going to decide place or anything. If they win here, I think this is going to be a game that lives in infamy.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Exeter are just showing what they can do before the tournament can start up again. So yeah, I'm not sure.
This is congratulations, Exeter. You successfully managed to make Sussy's brains fall out of her ears. But
yeah,
okay. So I feel like we owe it to the viewers, we owe it to ourselves to get a deep dive in here on why the Teemo pick is the superior pick here to a regular AD carry. Well, this is Little Devil Teemo. It's worth stating before we get into it, of course. So what can we expect from a Teemo compared to a more regular AD carry?
So the reason for an AD carry is they do consistent attack damage. That's kind of it, and they're champions that kind of take objectives very well, whether that's the towers or anything like that. But Teemo has much more kind of objective control. If Teemo is able to be on the objective first and kind of stop the enemy team from getting there with his shroom setup or anything like that, Teemo can be a very useful champion. I think Teemo generally, I don't know too much, but I think he generally has quite a weak lane. I think he will be outranged in this lane by the Senna, and I'm pretty sure that Pyke will have some kill pressure here onto the Teemo. But it will be interesting, especially paired with the Morgana. This is a very heavy AP bot lane. But on the other side, to be fair, it is a very AD heavy bot lane. Bot laners aren't normally they don't normally worry too much about the AP AD mix. But we have assassin support and kind of carry and a standard carry on the other side. But Exeter, maybe they can show us why we should kind of look towards more off meta champions. If you're good at the champion, you should go for it. I think that's kind of something that's going to happen much more in 2020 and 2021, where if you really are that proficient on the champion, you can definitely make it work. So hopefully Exeter can kind of prove that point today.
Yeah, for the hot shots, as we mentioned before, they've got themselves they're taking this one at a very serious face. I mean, we've got Genre on the Vladimir. We've seen how good that is. We've got Little Prince on the Pyke, who we know is, game-breakingly good Pyke, as well as seeing Sykes on the Fiddlesticks to provide a little bit more interference. You mentioned for AK Ninja, they're going to be able to have that big Gnar ultimate. I think these team fights, you put together the Gnar ultimate, you throw in the Fiddlesticks with the Crowstorm as well, you get the Hemo play coming from Vladimir. A 5v5 type team fight, would seem like it's going to favor the hot shots massively.
Yeah, it is 100% going to favor the hot shots. They have a very strong team fight comp, even if it wasn't paired into this enemy team. I think the idea is that this team from Exeter can have really strong early games. If they're able to get early dragons, early plates, the heralds into 5 plates first tower, they can completely snowball. They have assassins like Zed. And it's interesting to see that the Zed is jungle this game. I kind of thought the Zed might be top, or mid with the Yasuo top and the Warwick jungle, but it is actually Warwick top. I played in a game recently with a Warwick top, and Warwick has a lot of sustain in the lane, so it will be very interesting to see how Godslayer pilots this Warwick. As we said, Godslayer was a very versatile top laner, so it's interesting to see that he's gone towards the Warwick, not one of the champions that we kind of thought or we scouted, but he must play it enough to kind of be confident enough to pull out here.
I'm trying to remember because it's going back away, because I was looking at the Zed for Shy Cruel Pain as a jungle pick here. That's right, back in 10.4 that's the patch where they made a whole bunch of different champions, potentially junglers. I think most players didn't take Riot up on it, but it is still a thing that works. There is some sense to this whole thing.
Yeah, I think at least he will have some extra help from those buffs to be able to clear the jungle. I think generally people haven't taken up on it because Zed doesn't really have any crowd control apart from the slow on his E. So that's kind of what he'll be playing around this game. And obviously he will have a lot of damage and he's still an assassin. So, for Shy Cruel Pain, if he's able to clear his jungle and kind of get towards that first item, he'll be really strong. I think Fiddlesticks isn't particularly strong early, so if Shy Cruel Pain is able to kind of get into the enemy jungle and seek out the Fiddlesticks, I think he may have a fun time there.
All right, so one more chance here for the hot shots to stay in. Exeter College certainly showing a lot of confidence as they once more invade, and looks like unfortunately there was some connection issues there for the hot shots, so going to make sure that everything is nice and sorted before we get actually into this decisive game for the series.
Yep, we see Exeter invading again. It does look though like the hot shots have learned from the first game. They're not going to give away that early bird. It looks like the Fiddlesticks has put their trinket, the little effigy there in the tri-brush, and it will be Exeter being spotted out on that ward as they try to invade. So I mean, this is the kind of adaptation we're looking for from game to game, and Hot Shots have already shown that in the first 35 seconds of this game.
Yes, it's a bit unfortunate. Little Prince, they're back on the Fountain right now, so I believe that must be the player who was having some problems getting connected in. So once they are in, this is at least going to mean that for Exeter, the early aggression will be rewarded, certainly having the numbers advantage. And of course, the Morgana, level 1 Morgana, always a popular choice for any would-be invaders.
Yeah, and I'm sure the Teemo, if they were able to start E, will have a lot of consistent damage there. And I think, Teemo with the Dark Harvest, if they're able to, get into the enemy jungle, look for any kind of skirmish and, start stacking up those Dark Harvests, I think that, Teemo can kind of scale really well with this rune. I think we are kind of looking for the Pyke to kind of reconnect to this game. They had a little bit of a problem connecting to the game. So we'll get that sorted. But in the meantime, we'll talk to you a little bit more about this team comp. If we can even do that.
So, certainly from where I was sitting, Sutty, Sykes felt like they were one of the high points from the previous game, that they didn't really have the kind of setup, or kind of game situation where they could make the most of it. They were still, they were very proactive. They were trying to make the plays around, and they were trying to keep Exeter from getting the jungle, getting those early ganks through. Ultimately, it would actually ended up being Exeter College, deciding to farm the jungle instead of going for ganks. But, if you're Sykes here, if you're the Hot Shots, what kind of opportunities present themselves based on this frankly unique Exeter College lineup?
I think that pre-6 Fiddlesticks does have some problems ganking early, but I think in this game, I think the mid lane is probably going to be the stop any attempt on the S, kind of pushing quite heavily into the Vladimir, mostly because the Vladimir doesn't really have too much wave clear in the early levels. Even when they get that E, it's when it's only level 1, and this game you start with the Dawn's Ring. There isn't really much AP to clear the waves, so Vladimir kind of struggles to push the wave. So if he's able to find any kind of flank onto the Yasuo and kind of pick up an early kill there in the mid lane, we saw it earlier. This Vladimir is a fantastic scaling pick, and if he's able to get early levels, early AP, early experience, they can really take over this game.
Yeah, and he noted as well for stop any attempt the Yasuo, not a tremendous amount of ways. Well, I'd say not a tremendous amount of ways, not really any ways to allow for easy access through to that last breath ultimate. So it could be another game where the mid laner into a Vladimir is really going to struggle to get any serious damage in.
Yeah, I have played a little bit of Yasuo, and this lane is actually not too bad, especially with the Ignite for the Yasuo. The Yasuo can actually have kill pressure. As I said, the Vladimir does actually have problems in this lane, mostly because it's kind of not enough wave clear, and you're constantly trading into lots of more minions. So it is interesting that we spoke about maybe the Yasuo being a problem, being pushed up in the lane, and the Fiddlesticks maybe being able to gank, but Yasuo can actually 1v1 in this lane if left alone.
So we haven't had a chance to talk about Chatty as of yet on the Senna, so it feels like a fairly different approach down there. With the Pyke and support, as mentioned, and have kind of made some promises there in terms of Little Prince's performance. But for the Senna pick itself, into the Teemo, I know that at this point you're not going to have the opportunity to really be able to say, oh, this is how this matchup goes. But if you were to theory craft, how can you see Chatty doing this game?
Well, I think the Senna is actually quite a good pick into the Teemo. If Teemo's going to kind of poke you down, use auto attacks. The Senna Q is, that kind of like regen in the lane, that kind of like self heal with the Q is one way to kind of combat that. Just to be clear, it is the Doran's Blade start Senna. It's not going to be like the farming Pyke. And Senna, especially once you gets towards like 20 souls, she'll get the extra range, and she'll definitely outrange the Teemo. So if you're able to have short trades into the Teemo with an auto Q, or even a Q auto, more likely, Q through the minion with a glacial augment, and then pulling the soul through, you're likely going to have quite good trades. I do think though, that with a Morgana on top of it, though, sports generally change the matchup quite a lot. That there could be maybe too much poke to kind of out heal, I guess, because the Morgana is taking the Spell Thief's Edge and has the Arcane Comet, probably going towards the Scorch as well. That early game rune we spoke about earlier, it's probably going to be really tough to deal with in the bot lane.
Also noting that we've got the stopwatch ticking away, of course, for the Morgana for a bit later on, when they can start really going for those massive plays. Something I wanted to touch on with Little Prince and the Pyke, though, is Pyke, of course, coming from that period of history in which the whole idea of roaming supports really became popularized with with Pyke, with Bard, and all that kind of the more general style of play. If we do see Little Prince, start to lean more heavily into that roaming potential of the Pyke, how much success are we really anticipating them having if they, if they start heading towards mid, if they start invading the jungle along with Psyche?
I think it depends on kind of like how the mid lane matchup is. If Vladimir is, sustaining fine through the lane, they do have kill pressure on the Yasuo if he's able to get out of lane and, book it there towards the mid lane. Pyke does have the ignite. Obviously, Vladimir doesn't have the TP or the ignite, but he's wearing the ghost. They do have kill pressure on the Yasuo. But if Yasuo is, pushing the Vladimir into tower and he's able to, poke Vladimir a little bit with the long range Qs, that could quickly turn into like a 2v1 there for the Yasuo, and that would not be ideal. I think even like the top lane matchup, if he's able to base and go towards top lane on the Pyke, it could be hard as well, especially pre 6 because they might not have enough CC. But pairing up with the Fiddlesticks is probably the best chance they have. Going into the enemy jungle, seeking out the Zed, and trying to kill them. They kind of have those mixed, like, do the best to get some early kills there.
All right, we'll await the update on our missing players. It seems like they are continuing to have some issues preventing them from getting into game at number 2. So as soon as we have any more information, we'll of course let you guys know. But if we're looking towards the early game, because obviously we're only 35 seconds in, and we've seen at least, this time, in game number 1, at this kind of point in the game, we're already looking at first blood. Now in game 2, because we've seen the ward coming out early on that we're not going to get the first blood, and there's less of the possibility of seeing the early snowball. So if we're looking for a 3-game series here, if we're looking if Exeter College are not going to come out ahead, what needs to happen in the opening 10-15 minutes?
They just need to farm. They need to make sure they're kind of going equal in their lanes. I think that's really important. If they're able to get kind of pushing lanes on their strong sides of the map, it's really important just to make sure that Psyche is not is kind of not having his own jungle completely ravaged by the Zed, the Yasuo teaming up, going into his jungle. That's really important. But the thing is, giving up the first dragon, even the second dragon, is really not that big of a problem. Because once you get to the third, fourth dragon, you'll probably have 2-3 items, and you'll be able to team fight and you'll be able to win those like by far. So I think kind of just surviving. If there was, if Exeter are taking the dragon, if you're able to trade topside, take the Herald, get plates onto the Vladimir or something in the mid lane. That could be a way that they can play this out in the first like 10, 15 minutes and kind of stay in the game, because Exeter, they have very high skill cap champions, and they have very, very strong early game. The Zed, the Yasuo, the Teemo. So it'll be interesting. But I think for hot shots, they can kind of give up the first 2 Drakes and fight for the third or fourth.
Okay, so we'll be keeping an eye on how those objectives play out. I mean, I'm being a little bit unfair to you here, Sutty, but I'm going to be anyway. Shaikral Pain on the Zed jungle. I've seen that probably somewhat. Do you have any direct experience? Have you seen this play before yourself?
Maybe once or twice. I've definitely never played it. But no, I don't have lots of experience with it. No.
Oh, hello. We have got a reconnected Pyke. Well, I guess in that case, we'll get a chance to find out for ourselves. I know I'm a little bit baiting us there, but I mean, presumably, for the Zed, crowd controls, as much as it's part of a lot of junglers' kits, isn't really going to be so much for a thing, especially when we've got a mid laner who also doesn't really have a ton of crowd control either.
Yeah, exactly. I think if you were going to try and play this, Zed, you kind of have to pair it up with some some CC. You're 100% right. And I think the problem is that they're kind of having to try and play off the Morgana CC, or, or any kind of Warwick fear in the lane, which could be set up, to be fair. You kind of pop the fear and then you Q in, and then you get the fear off. As the first invade didn't work, but they are trying to second invade here.
Well, if it doesn't work the first time, then try again. But no advantage found, just some early wards down in the hot shots jungle. Thank you guys for your patience. Now we're back into proceedings. Hopefully everything should be fine from here on out. Apart from, of course, the real fax machine on Teemo. That may never be all right, but we'll do our best nonetheless.
Yeah, it looks like he's actually going to leash in this lane, hopefully, for Shakur Pain. There's not going to be stealed away by poison. Not 100% sure what the team starts. I'm going to be honest, but they didn't get anything in particular off that invade, but they did get that early vision. It looks like both bot lanes will be leashing. I don't think they have a ward on this red buff, but it does look like the Morgana is going to try with a steal. We'll see how this goes. It is getting quite low.
Oh boy, that would certainly set the tone for the rest of the game, because as you can see, that was a possible steal. It didn't happen. Maybe it looks to be that we're going to be seeing the bit of tracking being done onto Sykes by the Morgana, maybe anticipating an early Fiddlesticks gank.
Yeah, just trying to throw out the Q there, lands an early poke. Very interesting. Obviously, they now know that they have lead. The first pike Q goes a little bit wide. It looks like, as you see there, the Senna has much more range in this lane against the Teemo. But Teemo will have much more damage in sustained trades with his poison. I think this top lane matchup will be very interesting. Warwick kind of, as I said, does get a lot of healing with his chomp and everything. So as the first Q lands, if he can do some more of those, I think Zed will be fine to kind of come in and gank these lanes.
Yeah, so at least AK Ninja does have the ranged advantage of Doran's Blade to maximize that trading into the Doran shield from Godslayer to deny it. So we'll see if one of those ends up swinging either way. Right now it seems to be pretty even, as the bottom lane 2v2 is interesting so far. That's the catch. We know this is a very successful pipe player. Love Prince goes for the early ignite. The heals are burned, which means that the Morgana is not going to get away. That's first blood here for the hot shots. Looking for a second. Chatty is low. The heal is no good. Fax Machine gets away with it somehow.
This is really well played by Fax Machine. He's able to get a trade kill, as they are actually looking for a dive here onto Vladimir. But just quick bot lane before this happens. He's able to get a trade kill and don't have any time. Here comes Zed.
There's a knock up, and beautifully done there by Exeter College. That was spectacular. That's one of the earliest tower dives I think we've seen for a while, and exactly on brand for stopping the attempt.
Again, showing unreal proficiency on these champions. That is quite hard to do with Yasuo. Enough games, maybe you can do it. But the pressure of being on stream, he's still able to do it. As maybe he does the tower here. Did he take one too many, or he looks like he survived. That last one didn't go through. But again, we spoke about it in the first game. Some really nice macro and some really lovely setups. Yasuo had the wave pushed. I think Vladimir missed the whole wave there, and Zed cleared blue into red into Krugs and went straight into mid lane and was able to get a kill there. So it's actually 2 for 1 kills in the game here in the first 4 minutes. Pre 5 minutes, as Zed is again Shakur Pain looking again to grab the Fiddlesticks. He has the pressure in the bot lane, but Yasuo actually backed, so who knows if he'll be able to pick this up.
The Hecky Hot Shots jungle though, Sykes has managed to exchange from the previous game. Now they are ahead on the farms. It's looking like a very early contest here on the Drake. Exeter have got 3 down in the area. Shakur Pain, always going to get confused between them being a mid laner and not. But there's certainly good vision right now for Exeter. There's even a little bit of vision there for the hot shots as well.
That's another trade in the mid lane. I think you can already see it that as there's some more.
Never mind.
Lane. Yeah, I'd love to talk about the game, but
I mean, is there a game anymore? I don't even know.
Yeah, two people having two teams having lots of fun, and Zed is going to try for another gank in the bot lane.
Oh my gosh! Jumra loses the flash there as Cruel Pain is going after Little Prince. will be able to duck away that last bit of damage as the Teemo blind comes in. Little Prince is low. The binding will catch, and that's going to be another kill picked up. Chatty can't do anything.
I guess that's what happens if you land as the Gnar trading into the Warwick here. The big Gnar looks like it's winning out in those trades. The famous Gnar versus Warwick matchup in the top lane. As you know, Zed is actually stopped here.
Cruel almost recalled.
Still has the
Maybe
flash.
a little bit of overconfidence.
Yeah, I think, just quickly before anything else happens, Stop Any attempt in this mid lane is showing some, real proficiency on this Yasuo. Before, when he E'd, he looked like he was going to Keyblade, where he's going to EQ again, but he actually holds the Q, and as the Vladimir pulls, he still has the Q for when it comes back up. So, he's level 6, level 5, he has about 15 CS lead in this lane. I think this is a real win condition now for Exeter.
Yeah, even if we thought that this wasn't the prime team set up for the Yasuo to thrive, certainly if they can push genre out of the game, it's not going to matter. There's no summoners for the hot shots mid laner right now. No flash, no ghost. Stopping the attempt has got the ignite as they go super aggressive and force the pull out early.
Yeah, the thing is, I think both of us kind of set this up in draft that Exeter would have the early game advantage with these champions, but it is only about a 1k gold lead, maybe even less than that. And there's no dragons taken yet. Zed is not going to be a very fast dragon taker, I can tell you that much. So I'm going to need to see them kind of snowball this lead much further, especially if they're going to try and play these late game team fights into something like a Vladimir. I mean, Senna literally infinitely scales in this game, so it will be tough if they don't snowball and end this game quick.
So shoving in is Stop Any attempt. Before, we saw the Vladimir able to hold the lane in our previous series and then become a major force later on. So far, Stop Any attempt has put down enough pressure to allow him to make that a difficult thing to do. Sykes is yet to hit the level 6 with a big ultimate as Shy is coming in to try and punish the low mobility Fiddlesticks, forcing out the flash.
Yeah, really important summoner there for the Fiddlesticks. The flash is obviously, at level 6 you're kind of looking to kind of have that flash to make some plays. But yeah, Stop Any attempt using his pressure here in the mid lane on the Yasuo, doing a really good job of it. Has another Q lands.
There's the catch on to our good friend of the real fax machine, who, of course, we're getting the level 6s coming in. We do have a visit from Shy Cruel Pain, though they're going to end up in trouble themselves. Get rooted under the tower, and Chatty grabs their second kill.
It's an overstep there from the Zed. It was the flash away from Little Prince straight into the Q and pulling him back into tower. Locked up by the Senna. Really well played, but a big overstep there from the Zed, who is just been perma-ganking this game. He obviously can't clear his jungle very well, even though he is only about 6 CS behind. He is behind. Fiddlesticks is clearing his Krugs right now, and it already is at that level 6 mark. Zed, who is kind of been clearing his camps, but actually got a lot of lane XP when he's been hanging about in the lanes, trying to look for plays. Is only level 5.
We can see, of course, the ranged matchup of the Gnar into the melee Warwick not going so well. The Godslayer up there, but the Infinite Duress and the Gnar Ultimate both are available to be able to make the pick or the big team fight play, respectively.
Yeah, we do see Morgana landing up. This is going to be like we'll be looking for some plays. The Q lands, and there are some Teemo shrooms there. Pike may have the invisibility, but Teemo has the shroom, so if he runs into any of those, it will be a big problem.
We do have a lurking Psyche, though, off to the side, and they're going to come in. There we go. Their first successful move in, and Fax Machine can't do anything. Unfortunately, Uliide not able to do too much at all, or out of mana before that play even started.
Yeah, it doesn't matter how many Qs you land, apparently. Jai Cruel is kind of bidding sides of the map here, kind of taking away Fiddlesticks' top camps, but I think this may be it, honestly. So have they been outscaled? As Gnar actually takes away the Gromp and dies. Zed. It's not looking good for Exeter already. Very interesting.
Yes, Shy Cruel Pain maybe losing focus for a second there. I think they did have their smite available, so perhaps distracted by a surprise appearance. Still, this means that all said and done, the hot shots are now officially ahead. They're winning up in the top lane. Mid lane could be doing a lot worse, and bottom lane is now even, as we have got Little Prince making that road we were promised for before. As the knock through is avoided. There's the last breath. It's 1 versus 3 though. Cruel is off to the side and doesn't get there in time to stop the play, but will at least get back to trade the kill. Godslayer up on the top side is taking the 1v1 fight. The flashes away. Godslayer looking for that heal, but needs to get into melee range to do it. Down in the bottom side, we have got Sykes trying to make their move towards another gank. They know how vulnerable this Teemo is to a big ultimate, but maybe they are the ones who need to be watching out for themselves as Sykes almost gets caught by the binding. Cruel is going to drop down the ult straight away. There's going to be the invincibility frames as Cruel is waiting for that stasis. They're going to run the timeout. Sykes is going to drop, and it's going to be a second as well. The chains almost locking down another kill. The binding goes wide. Pax Machine on the side on the Teemo. It's under the tower, goes stop any attempt. Little Prince was hoping to set up the play, but they're having the play set up on them. Double kill, but stop any attempt. Exeter College are back into this one, and they've now got control of all the plating.
Yeah, I mean, they make a play here in the mid lane. I really thought, you know, maybe they were just going to like lose out on these plays now. They nearly aren't able to pick up the Vladimir, but stop any attempting coming in after, you know, dying to that 3-man gank. Is able to pick up 1 or 2 kills there, you know, flashing into the tower, killing the Vladimir, and does a really good job. You know, it's 12 minutes into the game, and like no dragon has been taken. Both of these teams, you know, are really not thinking about those objectives. As Zed has now picked up his mythic item, his first item. He's actually the first one in the whole game to, to finish that. He only has the grey boots, the brown bags, as they're called, and has finished that Duskblade as fast as possible.
So, Fax Machine currently behind on CS, not as powerful as perhaps we had hoped from this little devil Teemo, but as we've already seen from some of the laning phase, those mushrooms can be very hard to deal with. Right now, of course, the advantage is lying with AK Ninja up on the top side as they are pushing God Slayer around, and it doesn't seem like Slayer's got a huge amount to say about it.
I think he does. I think he will have like the kind of sustain, especially when he goes mini. And here we go. He heals back up as the center ult comes through. Gnar gets the shield, and another fear comes through. And that's when you see Warwick playing the trades there. Warwick is out of mana now, as Pyke is looking towards this mid lane, but Zed is there to cover the Yasuo.
Notable in this 13-minute game with 12 kills is we haven't seen any turrets taken as of yet, and we haven't seen any Drakes or Heralds either. Everyone focused on getting those kills so far, and they're going to run out of time to get those plates unless Cruel can pick up the Herald immediately.
Yeah, it looks like Zed, Shackle Pain here on the Zed will be going towards that Rift Herald right now. But, you know, I don't think there's enough time for them to kind of pick up any plates with it, as it looks like Syke may be looking for a R over the wall into the Yasuo, but the stop any attempt kind of moves away. I think this Teemo pick is very interesting into the Pyke. We've seen it a few times where Teemo is kind of alone in the lane, but it's the... as he goes in here.
Stopping the attempts, drops the ignite on the turret, gets the kill anyway! This is such a ludicrous Yasuo.
This is a fantastic performance again from Stop Any Attempt. Getting solo kills into the Vladimir under tower. I said, you know, if you do have the proficiency on the champion to kind of play like this, you can get advantages, and he is showing that he knows how to play it. He's gone the ignite, he's gone the aggressive one, the aggressive summoner choice, and he's really reaping the rewards. He has his mythic item now, 3, 1, and 2, compared to the 1, 3, and 0 on the other side of genre.
They're going for the shield bow, so we'll have that ability to play on the edge of a knife as they've been doing all game along. Small advantage for Exeter College, but come up in 15 minutes. It's not anywhere near as big as maybe we could have anticipated under other circumstances. Still no Drakes being taken. The Herald does go into Shy's hands, but as noted before, the plates are already gone.
Yeah, he does have that Herald though, so if they are looking to like open up the map, it looks like they're trying to make a play here towards the top lane. They will be able to drop that Herald afterwards and take the tower. as they are on a ward, and Nara is about to go make it. It will be very hard to. It will be very hard to kill him, as it looks like they'll be going back towards the mid lane.
They're looking for that turret. Exeter College are that they can open up, and as you said, open up the map itself. Genre has been taking the brunt of the offensive from stop any attempt. As you see how quickly that pull comes out there. I think Genre is well aware at this point just how dangerous that Yasuo will be every time.
Yeah, and it is Shaikor Pain on the Zed dropping the tower there in the mid lane, getting the first turret and allowing Yasuo to kind of push the waves in and kind of roam to side lanes. I think this is the way that, you know, Exeter will have to play to win this game, though, as Zed trying to make a play here onto the pike.
Little Prince is not going to get the chance to heal as Shaikor goes under the tower. Good lord, I can't even keep track of how many tower dives we've seen so far from Exeter College, and that means they can go and take the Drake without worrying about getting caught out. The duress comes in as Godslayer tries to stay alive against the Titanic, aka Ninja, but I think the heal's not going to quite be enough. This 1v1 is close, the fear does happen, but the heal is not enough.
The solo kill goes the other way in this game. This is no longer Mordekaiser at all, and this is the Warwick, as they are actually using the Fiddlesticks at bot. I'm not sure.
Back to Sheep. It's going to get chased down, locked in place, but yeah, so far the Crow Storms, the Fiddlesticks ultimates haven't been able to land successfully for the most part.
Yeah, in that instance, the Black Shield came out, and the fear didn't kind of go across there onto the Teemo, which meant that Teemo was able to walk away here on Fax Machine. But yeah, we saw another dive there from Shaikor Pain. We saw it in the first game from Fax Machine, but this team is really not afraid. They don't care about their KDAs or anything. They're playing for kills, they're playing for fun, and they're definitely enjoying themselves. 3-2-2 there on the Zed, having a strong performance. They do have the first dragon. I'm not sure if you got that, but the first Cloud Dragon has gone across to Exeter.
And on the bottom side of the map, they're trying to use their vision supremacy to allow for Shaikor Pain to kick in. There's the catch onto the Little Prince, but they get destroyed. As under the tower, Shaikor Pain spending more time under towers than anything else. Genre comes in, they're looking for revenge, they grab hold of the kills. They are trying to bring this game back in here for the hot shots. The binding is wide, but stop any attempt. We know that this tower still being up will not stop them from going for the kill.
Yeah, I really think he's just going to go in here. Yasuo is so strong, he uses his flash and ignite to get that kill. But it is important to kind of trade back. I think that was just a 3-for-2, sorry, there in the bot lane. As Fiddlesticks was just clearing his top camps, now clearing into his bot side. But again, Shaikor Pain is basing, he's walking bot, he is trying to kill their bot lane as best he can. These dark bindings are landing most of the time here from Morgana, as there's another Crow Storm that doesn't quite work as they wanted.
Oh boy, I feel particularly bad for Little Prince, given that they're on their main, they're on this pick, which they have definitively completely controlled games with before. But in this game, perhaps because of that reputation, they're taking the brunt of the offense from Exeter College instead. They've already died 5 times.
Yeah, thankfully, well, not thankfully, but Morgana is landing a lot of these dark bindings, which is making it a big problem. As Shaikor Pain is back again.
This is what happens when you don't have a tower, as Shatty goes right back into Fax Machine, only to be devoured. That is kill number 3 and stack number 3 on that Dark Seal. Shaikor Pain goes 1 versus 2. The Teemo is coming. Shaikor Pain still gets a kill anyway.
Well, I mean, it just shows how far ahead he is. I think Little Prince will be, a bit sad to have gone down there. But I mean, you said you feel for Little Prince. I'm feeling for Chatty this game. Playing AD carry against a Zed like this is not the most fun. Sometimes feel like there's not much you can do against this Zed. So yeah, look, they're looking to take this bot tower here. Yasuo now on his second item. He's finished that Wit's End. He's been farming really well. He got another kill onto the Vladimir. There's 2 turrets now down for Exeter as they're pushing even further. But look how hard it is to kind of walk up to them. They have the Teemo streams down behind them and now in front of them in the enemy jungle. It is a tough one.
It's spectacular area control for Exeter here as they make the catch onto the Fiddlesticks. Sykes locked down, and there's nothing that can be done. The damage is ticking away. Sykes, I think, doesn't survive. The damage over time is too much as Little Prince gets run down again. Genre tries to make the save, as does Chatty, but it just doesn't matter. Exeter College throwing the disrespect in the face of the hot shots, but it just doesn't matter. They're too damn good, our Exeter College here, and they're just continuing to press their advantage.
Yeah, the Yasuo here, stop any attempt, is kind of a level up on most people in the game. He has that shield bow. It's really hard, to kill him with the lifesteal and everything as he goes in again.
Oh my gosh. We thought Genre would be invincible, but it's so early in the game. It's barely 21 minutes. Exeter go on the tower again. Nice not ultimate from Ninja to stay alive for now, but that's again, it's diving under the tower. Stop any attempt, will take any possible kill. They haven't got any way back out of the base though, because the rest of the team have abandoned them to their fate.
And he does give a massive shutdown there, not just the 1k gold, but obviously the Pike ult gives even more gold, an extra 300 gold. So he does go down there, he does get a kill, to be fair. And kind of lets his team kind of do things on the map in the meantime, but he does give away a lot of gold. This Yasuo is unbelievably strong. He's so hard to kill with the lifesteal, the actual shield from shield bow, and he has the wit's end, and obviously with the AP damage coming out from both Vladimir and Fiddlesticks, it is really hard to deal with.
Sykes
He's
just
dead.
Obliterated. Shy Cruel Pain is up for a fight with another person, waiting for those cooldowns to come back up again as they pop back across the wall. Hot shots, they're trying everything they can here. They're only behind 4,000 gold. But every play seems to be something that's advancing Exeter College's cause further.
For Exeter College, and that is literally them just fighting. There is 30 kills in this game. They have 20 of them, and we are only 22 minutes into this game. Obviously, only one dragon's gone down as they're going for the second one now. But they're just constantly fighting. Yasuo's respawned. There's only one place he's going, and that is to wherever the enemy team is, because he just wants to fight them. This Shaikul Pain on the Zed, same thing again. As soon as that ultimate is up again, he's going to go straight towards the enemy team and he's going to press R on them. So Exeter College, showing their proficiency on these champions, playing really well.
Oh no, for Genre, they've had to burn their flash, but they have cleared out the minions, so this could be another overstep. Godslayer is by themselves, though stopping the attempt is off to the side, coming in at speed. Down the bottom lane, there's another push going through. There's, of course, we haven't even seen a Baron being taken here, and we've already got the tier 2s going down. Genre has got backup from Little Prince as the tower goes down. Real Faction Machine getting the job done there. Well, the fighting in the top lane, not conclusive yet.
Yeah, I mean, look at this. Senna is solo defending in the bot lane against 2 here, and they're trying to fight 4v2 here in the top lane.
X-Col go in once again. The Fiddlesticks trying to catch up the rest of the squad. Godslayer going to fall down. For the hot shots, this is their chance. Stopping the attempt comes back out from under the tower, but it's too damn strong. Little Prince is still in the mix, misses the ult. What a heartbreaker. This means that Shy Cruel Pain is back into the mix once again, picks up another kill, still stays alive. There's a shutdown for Genre. Little Prince takes the 1v1 fight though, and that only goes one way. The double kill will stop any attempt. It's a bloodbath.
To be very clear, that was a 3v4 in the top lane. You see Morgana and the Teemo pushing together here in the bot lane. So that was a 3v4, and stop any attempt goes off. That was absolutely insane outplay. He is playing unreal here on this Yasuo. I think he got like a 2 or 3 man ultimate in that team fight, and he was healing so much from shield bow. As I think Fax Machine is just right clicking the Nexus here. He is just pushing constantly as he may need to back away here as there are a few people coming towards.
I want to get this in before 20 seconds pass. We've got as many kills here from X-Col as we've got minutes in the game. And I think that's only going to grow.
Yeah, from one team, and that is not going to change. That Shaikul Pain, he's coming back out on the map right now, and he is going to, as I said before, he's just going to press R on the first person he sees, and he's going to try to kill them.
Fax Machine gets shut down. Those Sykes will be killed in return. There's still a pretty hefty bounty on stop any attempt, as the gold, we mentioned before, 5k difference. It's a little bit ahead from Exeter College, but it's not growing exponentially by any means.
Yeah, and I mean, Vladimir has actually got to 2 items here. This is a really strong point in the game for the Vladimir. Even if they're down 2 Drakes, I said in the draft, if they're giving away the first 2 Drakes, they should be strong enough to kind of, contest those other objectives. 3-4 Dragon has Gnar maybe caught out here in the mid lane, doesn't have flash.
Oh my gosh. Looking for the double is Shy under the tower. What an absolute monster. Shy will avoid getting executed, but no, the tower finishes the job instead. Good lord. We didn't have high expectations of this Zed jungle, but apparently we should have.
Yeah, I think a few people in the chat will be playing this later. Maybe if you're good enough on Zed, like Sharkball Pain is showing that he is good enough today. Maybe you should give this a go, as he's making the champion look completely busted. Because it doesn't look like Hotshots have any answer for this at all.
Well, we see this from Shy. We're seeing it from Stop Any Attempt as well. They're going for plays that we've both seen a ton of League of Legends games, but they're just finding these plays which are so different from what the normal plays would be. Going on the towers, just pushing the play that much further, and even after so many times, the Hotshots are getting caught out by just how ludicrously aggressive X-Col are.
Yeah, I think Exeter, we did speak about it. In the first game, it didn't have too much of a difference because, it was a 2-0 from East Hills. But, they do have a much higher skill rating. Hills Road, sorry. I think I said East Hills earlier. But Hills Road, they do have a much higher elo, and they are showing that, they know the limits of these champions. They know the limits of these builds. Stop Any Attempt knows that with this build he has so much lifesteal that he can almost out-sustain infinitely and dive into these towers. So it is really honestly brilliant to see, and it's good that they're definitely having fun on champions that they seem to know very well.
So we've got another Drake coming up in just a few moments' time as the pressure continuing to be put down by Stop Any Attempt in the top lane. We have got, of course, the ever-present bindings as every single member of the Hotshots is staying in the top lane to try and prevent the push.
It's a very interesting strategy here from the Fax Machine, who is about to get an AFK warning for just kind of standing there and buffing up the Baron minions whilst his team pushes in the top lane. Currently, it's Godslayer actually taking the 3rd dragon. It's another Ocean Drake, I believe, as he's kind of soloing that out, trying to, I guess, give them a win condition of the Ocean Soul as they push 2 lanes. Fax Machine maybe could be doing something maybe a little bit more useful, but his team was kind of making the plays around.
Shy has never been accused of not being useful as they go in for the play once again. Oh my gosh. Oliide mentioned before, this is such a small note in the grand scheme of things, but look at that vision score, 56. We told you that this was a speciality of the X-Col jungler, was making sure that all vision was taken away, but for the Hotshots, vision, hope, kills, all are in short supply.
Yeah, this game's going to end, I think. They already have three inhibs down, and they have the Baron buff. I'm sure they won't be actually hitting the towers when it comes to it. They will for sure be diving them. Yes, they're actually going to base here. That's totally crazy. All 5 are actually going to base here, man.
Oh,
with all 3 inhibs down, they are most definitely having some fun. But I mean, we can talk about the rest of the tournament a little bit because Exeter, they played a really fantastic first game with kind of more traditional champions, let's say, and in this game they've just kind of completely put on a bit of a montage performance, kind of trying to show off on their kind of these really high skill cap champions. As we just saw Stop Any Attempt outright build a Bloodthirster, by the way. So yeah, if you're coming up against Exeter, you should be worried and you need to prepare.
Yes, I think certainly once into the semi-final stages a little bit later this week. I mean, I guess if this was the first game, you're right, the X-Col were playing, that I would consider it to be a lot more disrespectful than maybe it is in the second game. They seem to be extremely comfortable, but at the same time, on these bizarre picks, as you mentioned, they are showing off a tremendous amount of skill. They're knowing exactly how far they can push things. And the super minions, double super minions coming from every lane, means this is Hotshot's last stand.
Yeah, I mean, they don't exactly have like great wave clear champions. You know, the center is kind of very single target, so it is going to be impossible to kind of clear this out. As both towers goes down, we'll probably see one more fight that's only going to be one-sided, and this game will be done.
Very one-sided indeed. A stopping attempt pads those stats. 10 kills on the Yasuo. Let's make sure the Zed, though, gets the top billing. Shy Cruel Pain, the Jungle Zed, the surprise. Extra go 2-0.
And a brilliant performance from them. You know, in both games, you know, the first game I spoke about how their macro was just that good, but in this game they were just showing their mechanical ability, and on all 5 players as well. So a fantastic performance. You know, 2-0, quick. You know, 2-2-0s today. You know, maybe that's a bit of a shame, but very well played from both teams.
What can I say other than the fact that someone called 2-2-0 games for today? What a fantastic prediction from yours truly. But what an entertaining game we had on our hands, especially the second game between the Hotshots and Execol. We saw a really strong early game from the Hotshots, I would say. They were actually winning like the first 10 minutes. And then Shy Cruel Pain with a great rotation into the mid lane. And that was... it all went downhill from there. I'm looking at you, Counterfeit. I'm looking at you, Sati. What can you say? What happened for the Hotshots? Because they started off so well, and then it just went downhill.
I think a big part of it for me was, you know, Little Prince really, you know, when they did get to roam, you saw some of the potential power of having that roaming support in the mix, especially someone who's so proficient. But we look at, you know, by the end of it, even halfway through the game, there was so much pressure being put on the backs of the college that even, you know, in this situation where we were seeing this strange team composition, Exeter College still had a really strong focus on where they thought the biggest threats were and making sure they never really got to get rolling.
If I turn to you, Sati, what would you think was, what would you say was the play that changed the direction of the game?
I think whichever one of the dives for Shy Cruel Pain on the bot lane you want to pick from, I think there was about 4, 5, 6 of them. But any of those, you know, trying to snowball and kind of cover up for the poor laning of the Teemo, just trying to get himself ahead as well. So one of those plays where he was able to, you know, get enough gold to, you know, go back and get his Duskblade, that mythic item. It gives you so much ability haste. He was just going around the map. He was killing everyone. So whichever one of those dives you want to choose from.
I would say that, like, we know we kind of looked at some outplays, especially more in the game 1 of the series. But I was saying during the second game, like, skill-wise, they were they felt like the Hotshots kind of woke up and were ready to play. I felt like the biggest mistakes were mostly rotations and, like, you know, I don't know who their captain or coach is for that game, but it really felt like they were lacking a lot in decision-making. And it felt like Exe College was always at least 2, 3, 4 steps in front of the Hotshots with rotations, with kills, with and then obviously that snowballed into getting higher levels and then just winning every team fight. But why do you think they prefer to play again so passive? Because they had the advantage early on, and then I think AK Ninja was the top laner, and he was winning his lane, but he just didn't leave the lane to go help his team that was getting run over time and time again. So why do you think that was the choice, Counterfeit?
I think it's one of those things that there's just, I think the decision-making apparatus here for the Hotshots perhaps just got overwhelmed. I mean, when you have stopping attempts, getting continuous kills on genre in the mid lane, suddenly you've got a lot of your long-term starting to look a lot longer term in terms of your team's growth. So I think, you know, we've seen it from some of our top laners here today that sometimes they're kind of being put into the, I guess you're the carry now shoes. And then maybe that's why we didn't see Ninja kind of trying to join the rest of the team. They were just trying to make themselves as strong as possible. And they did end up with a pretty solid CS score by the end of it. And honestly, actually probably one of the better performances out of the team. But unfortunately, nowhere near enough to carry the squad.
MVPs. Who was your MVP? Sati, you go first. MVP for this series.
For me, I think obviously it was 2 very one-sided performances from Exeter, but I think Stop Any Attempt, he played very well in the first game. Even though I didn't pick him as my MVP for the first game, he was very good and it was very close. But this second game, you know, only some people can play Yasuo, and only some people can play Yasuo that well. That guy, that person knows what they're doing on that champion. The way they were playing team fights, they were diving towers and still staying alive. Their itemization with the second item Wits End into the double AP mid jungle was really smart. So I think for me, stop any attempt on the Yasuo and the Victor in the first game played really fantastic.
For me personally, I think the Zed player Shy Cruel Pain, who was just cruel that game, was my MVP for the second map. I'm not sure about the first map, but what about you, Counterfeit? Who would you say is your MVP for the series?
I think my head says it's stop any attempt. Their domination of the 1v1 was just incredibly brutal. I think really just took the feet out from underneath the hot shots entirely. But my heart says it's Shy Cruel Pain, because every time they turn up on our screen, they were doing something ridiculous. And that's all I can ever really ask from any player.
Thank you very much for your MVPs. I think, do you have any final closing words? We're approaching the end of the stream and the casters will leave. So, Sati, any shout outs, anything else you want to say before we go?
No, not really. Thank you very much. Thank you for the Teemo pick. Totally threw me off. Thank you very much.
What about you, Counterfeit? Any final closing thoughts?
I think the Exeter game against Hills Road is going to be absolutely crazy, especially if Exeter College get just as cocky as they did in this time round. So that's what I'm getting out of this particular series. So I'll definitely be tuning in for that one.
I'm really scared for Hills Road College now, and hopefully they'll pull through on Thursday. Thank you very much once again, Sati and Counterfeit, for being part of us. Now, as we sign off, let's take a quick look at the teams of the tournament. What a fantastic second day of the British Esports League of Legends All Star Showdown we've had on our hands, ladies and gentlemen, with two beautiful 2-0s and stellar performances from the winning teams, Hills Road College and Exeter College as well. We want to congratulate and thank FCOT Legends and the Hotshots from Heckmon Wide for taking part in the tournament, and wish them good luck for the remainder of the season that will start at the end of February. What can we expect from us? Well, tomorrow the League of Legends players have a day off. So at 4 p.m. tomorrow we will be streaming an Overwatch show match. So if you're interested in that, please join us. And that's 4 p.m. on the 10th of February. When do we resume the tournament with the semifinals? That will be on Thursday, the 11th of February, when we start at 1 p.m. with Game 1 of the day between the Eastern Norfolk Knights and Cornell Cyphers, shortly followed after that with the Hills Road College versus Exeter College. My name is Wax, and it was a pleasure to be your host for today. And thank you, everyone, for being a part of it. Thank you, everyone, for the production behind the scene, and for everyone in front of the camera, my fantastic casters. Congratulations to the winning teams, and I'll see you on Thursday for more British Esports League of Legends All Star Showdown. Have a nice evening. you.